Good morning, distinguished guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and all the friends. It's a great honor for us to have you here to attend the 7th EAI International Conference on Green Energy and Network. I'm Jiang Xiaolin from School of Electronics and Information Engineering, Heilongjiang University of Science and Technology. Due to the safety concerns and travel restrictions caused by COVID-19, EAI GreeNets 2020 will take place online in a live stream, and thank you for the support. The purpose of the conference is to reduce the impact of climate change while maintaining social prosperity as a priority. The broad themes of green energy and network are vital for ensuring a balance between economic growth and environmental sustainability. In this context, growing global concern leads to the adoption of new technological paradigms, especially for the operation of future smart cities. The GreeNets 2020 conference aims to establish an international and multidisciplinary discussion opportunity for academic scientists, researchers, and professionals. Our keynote speakers for GreeNets 2020, Professor Li Weixing and Professor Meng Fen-Yi. Professor Li Weixing received the Bachelor of Science in Applied Physics and the Master of Science and Doctor of Philosophy degrees in Electrical Engineering from Harbin Institute of Technology in 1999, 2001, and 2007 respectively. In July 2001, he joined Harbin Institute of Technology, where he served as assistant professor until August 2019. From June 2008 to February 2011, he served as a visiting PDF at the University of Apriori, Canada, and Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory in the USA. In September 2019, he joined Dalian University of Technology, China, and where he is currently a full professor. His research interests including power systems, HVDC, and renewable energy. He has published 28 articles in international journals, including IEEE transactions on power systems, IEEE transactions on sustainable energy, and IEEE transactions on power delivery. He serves as associate editor for IEEE Access, guest editor for solar energy, and reviewers for over 20 international journals. Meng Fen-Yi received the Bachelor of Science, Master of Science, and Doctor of Philosophy degrees in Electromagnetics from Harbin Institute of Technology in 2002, 2004, and 2007 respectively. Since August 2007, he has been with the Department of Microwave Engineering, Harbin Institute of Technology, where he is currently a professor. He has co-authored 4 books, 40 international referred journal papers, over 20 region referred journal papers, and 20 international conference papers. His current research interests including antennas, electromagnetic and optical metamaterials, plasmonics, and electromagnetic capability. Dr. Meng was a recipient of several awards, including the 2013 Top Young Innovative Talents of Harbin Institute of Technology, the 2013 CST University Publication Award, the 2010 Awards of Science and Technology from the Heilongjiang Province Government of China, the 2010 Microsoft Cup IEEE China Student Paper Contest Award, 2 Best Paper Awards from National Conference, on microwave and millimeter wave in China. The 2008 University Excellent Teacher Award the National University of Singapore. The 2007 Excellent Graduate Awards of Heilongjiang Province of China. And the Outstanding Doctor Degree Dissertation Award of Harbin Institute of Technology. Meng's report is titled Design of Liquid Crystal-Based Tunable Phase Shifters with Filtering Function. Today the speakers will share the thoughts in different issues. Then we will have a question and answer session, which allows everyone to ask some questions you may be interested. I'm sure that you will find some topics you want to discuss. I believe that the forum will be a grand gathering of experts and scholars. I wish the forum with a complete success.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to EAI GreeNets 2020 conference held in this virtual interactive setting. I am Karolina Marcinova, the EAI Conference Manager of GreeNets 2020. Unfortunately, due to the virus, I am not able to meet all of you in person, so I'm using this opportunity to address the organizing committee, the keynote speakers, the authors, and the participants on behalf of EAI. I would like to thank all of you for being a part of this conference and for your involvement with EAI. In particular, I would like to thank the general chairs and the program chairs, together with the whole organizing committee, for their hard and excellent work throughout the whole process of the conference preparation. Today, during this streaming, you can actively participate in two ways. Firstly, you can join the Q&A on Slack through a link that you can see below this video. Upon accessing the EAI GreeNets 2020 Slack workspace, you can enter all the channels which are ordered by sessions. Secondly, you can vote on individual presentations and leave your fellow presenters feedback on their work through EAI Compass. We will shortly show you how to access this platform and how to leave and receive feedback for presentations in this conference. I would also like to use this message to invite you to join us again at EAI GreeNets 2021. Should you be interested in becoming a part of the next year's organizing committee or the technical program committee, please do not hesitate to contact me at my email address below. Similarly, if you are interested in discussing other possible cooperation, a conference, a workshop, or a new event altogether, please contact me at my email address as well. Finally, the brochures for EAI GreeNets 2020 are available on the conference website. In there, you can find further information about the keynote speakers, the organizing committee, the technical program committee, EAI's platforms and activities, and much, much more. Now, my colleague Michal will present you with what EAI does, who we are, and how you can get involved in our various activities. Thank you for your attention and enjoy EAI GreeNets 2020.
Hi everyone, my name is Michal Dudic. I'm the Community Manager at EAI, European Alliance for Innovation. It's my pleasure to welcome you at this conference and say a few words about who we are and what we can do for you and your research career. In short, EAI is a global community for a greener, healthier and smarter world. As of today, we are home to more than 60,000 members from 167 countries, and we reach out to tens of thousands of subscribers. As an organization, we are non-profit from day one, and what is most important to us is that we remain open to all researchers from all around the world thanks to membership that is completely free. We organize more than 100 events annually, such as this conference, and we do so in publishing partnership with Springer. I said in the beginning that EAI is a community, so let's talk about what that means and what it means for you. To put it briefly, we give our members a platform that builds their research. We do it with 3 main online community services where members come together to help each other write a better paper, get an objective review, and get recognized fairly. The 3 services in question are EAI Compass, Community Review, and EAI Index. Firstly, EAI Compass is an online app where you can meet and connect with new colleagues and get feedback on your paper as well as your presentation. In addition to that, it lets you download all full papers that will be presented at this conference, and you can vote on your favorite presentations, as well as see everyone who is here and connect with them. You can do this right now if you go to EAI Compass website, compass.eai.eu. Next, we are improving the classic conference review process with community review. It has already been in use at all our events since 2019, and we were very excited to hear a lot of positive feedback from program committee members regarding the reliability and the speed of the community review. Let's talk briefly about what community review does. Essentially, it is a website that shows abstracts of papers that are right in the middle of the review process, as long as the authors allow it, of course. And all EAI members may then bid to review specific papers. When they submit their bid, they put in their bio and their qualifications, which are sent to the program committee, who can then decide whether or not this bidder is qualified to review the paper they bid on. This relatively easy access to review opportunities means that bidders really need to put their best foot forward if they wish to be selected, which improves the quality of the entire review process. At the end of the day, this benefits you, the author. And last but not least, let me tell you a thing or two about EAI Index. EAI Index is our credit-based evaluation system that we rolled out this year to all of our conferences and journals that allow you to climb the global ranks of EAI community and get recognized for your work. It calculates a number value for most actions you make, such as getting your paper accepted or submitting a review, and these numbers accumulate for 12 months. At the end of this 12-month period, we put together a ladder of all EAI members, and the ones at the top receive a nomination to one of the membership ranks: senior member, distinguished member, or fellow. For each action that is eligible for EAI Index credits, we'll look at the quality of your action as it was evaluated by another member of the community, such as, for example, the review score of your submission. To make sure that the system is fair to newcomers, every 12 months the credit count gets erased, the ones at the top receive their nominations, and every member starts at 0 for the following 12 months. And finally, Smart Submit is a collaboration feature that is coming later this year. It will allow you to submit your research ideas and your work-in-progress abstracts to get the kind of help and feedback you're looking for. Maybe you are looking for co-authors, maybe you would like to find a mentor or a mentee, or maybe you want to find out how the community feels about your idea. This is what Smart Submit is designed for. Ultimately, it's about helping you write a better paper and increasing your chances of getting accepted. Again, we will be launching this feature later this year, so stay tuned. And so I'm going to leave you with many different ways to get engaged at different levels. There are lots of opportunities in many of our events and publications, which means many ways to connect with people and collaborate. You may learn more about everything I just talked about at our website, eai.eu. These services exist to help you and to make your lives easier, so we encourage you to send us your comments, ideas, and feedback to community@eai.eu. And if you're interested in volunteering and contributing, you can let us know at the same email address. Don't forget that you can use EAI Compass to vote on presentations in real time to determine which ones are the best, as well as to download all full papers that will be presented today. Just make sure that you log in using the same email address as the one you used to register to this conference. Thank you very much for your attention. Please enjoy the conference, and I hope we will see everyone online soon.
Hello, everybody. It's my honor to be here. I'm Weixing from Dalian University of Technology, China. Today, I will talk about why and how to develop a unified model for invert interfaced renewable power generation systems, mostly PV and wind turbines. My presentation includes 4 parts. The first one is background. In this section, I will introduce why we need to model PV and wind turbines. The second one is how to develop a unified model for invert interfaced renewable power generation units. The third one is how to aggregate a PV or wind power plant into an equivalent model. Last one, I will talk about ongoing and future work in my group. Firstly, let's talk about why we need to work on modeling PV of and wind turbines. From this picture, we can see the PV and wind power increase so fast in recent years. However, in North China, in winter, a large amount of wind power was curtailed. A large amount of wind farms are not permitted to generate electricity, especially in the night and early morning. It should be mentioned many oscillation events happened in Xinjiang province, Hebei province, and Jilin province in recent years. So, we need to develop effective model for PVs and wind turbines to analyze their influences on power systems and make more PV and wind power be accepted by power systems. Next, let's talk about how to model PV and wind turbines. In order to develop effective models for PV and wind turbines, we did cooperation with many PV and wind turbine production and testing companies, and collected some field test results to observe their dynamic behaviors during the testings. The leftmost three figures show the LVRT test results for different diffig wind turbines. Here, LVRT is low voltage root through. Diffig is doubling fed induction generator. The upper one gives the voltage curve. The middle one shows the active power curve, and the bottom one shows the reactive power curve. The middle three figures show the LVRT test results for different PMSG wind turbines. The right three figures show the LVRT test results for different PV units. We can see diffig wind turbines, PMSG wind turbines, and PV units have similar dynamic behaviors during the LVRT process. So, we can propose the unified active power and reactive power waveforms for PV and wind turbines as shown in the rightmost three figures. In these figures, we can see where fault occurs, the voltage and active power will decrease, and the reactive power will increase. This is because the reactive power priority control scheme is employed to support the grid voltage according to Chinese grid codes. After short transients, the voltage, active power, and reactive power will enter into a quasi-steady state for a short time until the fault is cleared. When the fault is cleared, the voltage and reactive power will recover to their normal values quickly, and the active power will begin to recover according to a certain ramp rates. For ramp rates, different countries have different requirements. Now let's obtain the unified and universal LVRT waveforms. The next thing is how to formulate these waveforms. Now let's talk about how to formulate these waveforms. For the reactive power curve, we only need to give the formulation during fault. That is Q fault. Q fault is dependent on the voltage, and its formulation can be derived according to the grid codes and the reactive power control scheme. For the active power curve, we need to derive the formulations for the fault duration and the recovery process, respectively. Here, P fault is the active power during a fault, and it equals U fault multiply minimize IP normal and remaining maximum active current. PRE is the active power during the recovery, and it has one or two state expression with different ramp rates. When P normal is not a big value, the active power can be recovered by one state's ramp rate. When P normal is a big value, the active power needs to be recovered by a two states ramp rate. After formulating the active power and the reactive power, the next important thing is how to use the formulations to model PV and wind turbines. From this slide, it can be seen the active and the reactive power formulations can be used to generate and update the power or current references. For diffuse wind turbines, the active and the reactive power references should be provided for RSC controller. For PMSD wind turbines and the PV units, the active and the reactive current references should be provided for GSC controller. Up to now, we have explained how to model diffuse wind turbines, PMSD wind turbines, and the PV units using the unified active and reactive formulations. The next thing is to verify the model. This slide shows the comparison of the field and the simulation results for diffuse wind turbine. It can be seen the simulation model results match the field test results very well. This slide shows the comparison of the field and simulation results for a PMSD wind turbine. The simulation model results match the field test results too. This slide shows the comparison of the field and the simulation results for PV generation systems. Similarly, the simulation model results can match the field test results. Therefore, we can say our modern method has good performance. Now, let's give a quick summary for part 2. The unified response waveforms of complete LVRT processes are proposed. The complete LVRT processes are formulated. The unified controller is designed and verified by field test. We have published 3 papers. The first one was published by Renewable Energy. The title is Modeling of Complete Fault Run-Through Processes for Defect-Based Wind Turbines. The second one was published by IEEE Transactions on Sustainable Energy. The title is a Unified Modeling Method of Photovoltaic Generation Systems under Balanced and Unbalanced Voltage Dips. The third one was accepted by Solar Energy, and the title is a comprehensive review on dynamic equivalent modeling of large photovoltaic power plants. This is an invited review paper. Now let's talk about how to aggregate a PV or wind power plant into an equivalent model. Here we proposed an improved single machine equivalent method. Firstly, we did error evaluations for the traditional single machine equivalent model. The top left picture shows a practical wind farm consists of 33 defect wind turbines. The bottom left picture shows 15 groups of wind speed, randomly taken from real wind speed. In this picture, every dot corresponds to a wind speed one wind turbine is working on. This table shows the equivalent errors. It can be seen the equivalent error is larger than 10% for most cases. It should be mentioned almost 99% of the equivalent errors are distributed in the recovery process. This is why we emphasize the recovery process when we model the wind turbines and the PV units. Now let's do error analysis and try to find the error sources for the traditional single machine equivalent. In order to identify the error sources, we set up a grid-connected simple wind farm simulation model consisting of 2 wind turbines. This picture shows the LVRT results of active power. The blue curve is for the first wind turbine. The green curve is for the second wind turbine. The red curve is for the whole wind farm. It is a summation of curve 1 and curve 2. The uppermost curve is the result obtained by the single machine equivalent model. It can be seen during the fault, the equivalent error is resulted from mismatch of the quasi-steady state power between the detailed wind farm model and its equivalent model. If you want to know the detailed root causes Please read the theoretic analysis in our publications. During the recovery, the equivalent error is resulted from mismatch of power ramp rates between the detailed wind-farm model and its equivalent model. For the detailed wind-farm simulation model at T1, the first wind turbine recovered to its normal value, and only the second wind turbine continue recover. So the power ramp rate change from K1 plus K2 to K2 at T1. However, the single machine equivalent simulation model cannot identify and consider this change of power ramp rate. So this is the root cause of the equivalent error during a recovery. Now let's talk about how to correct the equivalent errors. As we know, we have derived LVRT formulations for individual wind turbines in part 2. So it's not difficult to write the power formulations of the wind farm. Basically, it's a summation of active power of all wind turbines. During a fault, if we use PDE expressed by the left equation to generate and update the power reference for the equivalent model, the equivalent error will be eliminated. Similarly, if we use PDE expressed by the bottom equation to generate and update the power reference, the equivalent error during the recovery process can also be eliminated. Actually, in practical implementation, we only need to use these two equations to calculate and update the power references for a single machine equivalent model. Now let's do model verification for the improved single machine equivalent model. Firstly, doing model verification for defect wind farms. This is a practical defect wind farm in Jilin province, China. We use 15 groups of real speed data for model verification. This slide shows the comparison of simulation results for a group of wind speed. It can be seen that improved equivalent model can match detailed wind farm model. However, the traditional equivalent model has a large error. These slides show the equivalent errors for different water depth and different groups of wind speed. It can be seen the proposed model has much higher equivalent accuracy. This slide shows the comparison of the simulation results for PMC wind farm. It can be seen the improved equivalent model can match the detailed wind farm model, but the traditional equivalent model has large error. Similarly, this slide shows the equivalent errors for different water depths and different wind speed scenarios. It can be seen the proposed model has much better equivalent performance. Similarly, we also do model verification for PV power plants. This is a comparison of the LVRT results. This is the comparison of the equivalent errors for different voltage dips and different working scenarios. It can be seen the proposed model has much better equivalent performance. Now let's give a quick summary for part 3. The error root sources and mechanisms of the traditional single machine equivalent model are analyzed and identified. The analytical expressions of LVRT behaviors for a diffuse wind farm are derived and used to improve the single machine equivalent model. The proposed idea can be extended to PMSG wind farms and PV power plants. We have published one paper on IEEE transaction power systems. The title is An Improved Single Machine Equivalent Method of Wind Power Plants by Calibrating Power Recovery Behaviors. Another IEEE paper is under second round of review. Finally, please have a look at our future work. The first is modeling of inverter interfaced distributed generators and unbalanced fault. This work has been almost done. The second work is coordinated control to enhance the FRT capability of MMC HVDC systems connected wind farms. This work is ongoing. The third work is stability analysis and control of large power grids with renewable power generations. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
Mr. Chairman, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my honor to attend this meeting. Firstly, thanks the conference team for providing us with such an excellent communication platform. I'm very excited to have the opportunity to share our recent research work about the liquid crystal tunable phase shifter with everyone. I will introduce our work by the following 5 parts. The first part is the research background about the liquid crystal materials and the tunable phase shifters. Liquid crystal material is an anisotropic material. It has the tunability in terms of the relative permittivity. As its name suggests, the material can flow like the liquid. It allows controlling the orientation of the molecules by using the surface tension or external electric or magnetic bias fields. Indeed, it's necessary to exploit the liquid crystal as the tunable materials. As shown in this figure, the rod-like molecules of pneumatic liquid crystal are arranged equally with each other. The long axis of the molecules are parallel with each other, while the position of the molecular center of mass is irregular. It's noteworthy that electric fields and magnetic fields have a significant influence on liquid crystal. The dielectric and entropy behavior of the nematic liquid crystal molecule is the basis of the photoelectric and microwave applications. Thus, the permittivity can be turned by the electric fields or the magnetic fields. Being a new type of the tunable material, liquid crystal materials have attracted attentive attention, and it has been utilized in the tunable field shifters, filters, and reconfigurable antennas. Here, the working mechanism of the liquid crystal field shifters is firstly introduced by the inverted macro strip line. The corresponding phase shifter phi beta can be written as the equation 1. The parameter L physical and beta are the length and the transmission constant of the phase shifter respectively. It should be noted that the epsilon R efficiency is the voltage tunable quantity leading to the voltage demanded phase shift. Therefore, the different phase shift delta phi beta can be defined depending on the applied bias voltage. So the tunable phase shifts can be achieved, and the specific phase shift can be calculated according to the equation 2. Up to the present moment, various liquid crystal phase shifters are proposed, such as the waveguide phase shifter, inverted microstrip line phase shifter, slot line waveguide phase shifters, and the coplanar waveguide phase shifters. We compared the tunable macro devices based on the liquid crystal material with other tunable technologies. As shown in the table, it can be seen that the liquid crystal technology has the advantages of wide operating frequency range and low losses, low costs. Besides, the liquid crystal materials possesses the superiority of linearly turning, high gain, low profile, and wide application band. So the liquid crystal has a good candidate to be implemented in the tunable microwave phase shifters. Tunable phase shifter plays an important role in various circuit systems. However, among them, the phased array system is a very important application field of the phase shifters. Both the active phased array radar and the active phased array radar, both of them have a large number of the phase shifter components. They all rely on the phase shifters to achieve the phase control and beam scaling. In addition to the phase shifter, another important component of the phased array radar system is the filters. Filters can be utilized to achieve the active noise filtering. However, the filters and the phase shifters are usually designed separately, and they are connected by a 15 ohm transmission line. The method not only increases the volume but also decreases in band performance due to the mismatch and the extra insertion losses induced by the interconnections. So a co-design approach has been proposed to integrate the filter and the phase shifter into a single component. The single component is named as the filtering tunable phase shifter. Compared with the conventional series structures of filters and phase shifters, of the filtering phase shifter meet the requirements of efficiency integration and miniaturization. It has obvious advantages in terms of the miniaturization, high integration, and better electronic performance. So nextly, we will introduce our recent work about the filtering tunable field shifter based on liquid crystal technology in detail. The bandstop filtering field shifter is introduced firstly. The structure of the proposed bandstop filtering LCPS is shown in this figure. It consists of an upper substrate, a lower substrate, and a middle layer. The middle layer is utilized to contain the liquid crystal material. The metal structure of the coplanar waveguide transmission line and a group of supplied resonators are printed on the bottom and the top surface of the upper substrate respectively. The alignment layer is on the surface of the coplanar waveguide transmission line to align the liquid crystal molecules along the x direction. As the coplanar transmission line directly contacts with the liquid crystal, so the field shift is sensitive to the liquid crystal permittivity. So it can be controlled by the biased magnetic field, and a magnetic controlled coplanar LCPS is obtained. The figure shows the section of the coplanar transmission line coupled with a pair of splanar resonators. The equivalent circuit model is established, shown in figure B. The splanar resonators are modeled as series resonance. The LR and CR represent the inductance and capacitance of the resonators. In this case, the liquid crystal permittivities can hardly affect the resonant frequency. In addition, the CI and LI represent the equivalent capacitance and inductance of the LC-based transmission line. The magnetic coupling between the spalent resonators and the liquid crystal-based transmission line is described by the mutual inductance Lm. Because the permittivity only influences the electrical response, the parameter Lm is unchanged when the liquid crystal permittivity changes. The equivalent circuit shown in figure B can be simplified into a simple form shown in the figure C. The parallel circuit replaces by the inductively coupling branch. In the case, if we assume the port impedance is Z0, the transmission coefficient can be calculated. According to the results, it can be found that the transmission 0 is achieved and the transmission 0 is determined by the split resonator's frequency. And the frequency is independent of the liquid crystal parameters. So the filtering character of the bandstop filtering tunable liquid crystal field shifter can be remained when the permittivity of the liquid crystal material is changing. 要去 verify the above analysis, the simulated section of the electric field distribution is shown in the figure. It can be seen that most of the electric field is distributed in the upper substrate and air. So the liquid crystal permittivity can hardly affect the resonant frequency of the split resonators. It's consistent with our theoretical analysis. On this basis, the numerical simulation are also conducted. It's found that the calculate S21 based on the equivalent circuit and is consistent with the numerical simulated results. So both the calculate and the simulated results shows that the transmission 0 is not affected by the variation of the liquid crystal permittivities. When a series of the spalent resonators with gradient sizes are loaded along the liquid crystal based transmission line, a narrow stop band caused by the resonators at different frequencies can be combined, and a continuous stop band can be achieved. The figure shows the S-parameter 2-1 of the stop band filtering tunable phase shifter with 6 pairs of resonators. It's observed that the stop band where the attention is more than 18 decibel is kept, whereas the electronically permittivity is changing. The phase shift and the federal merit is of the proposed filtering tunable in the passband is also larger than 14 and the 11.5 respectively in the passband. The prototype samples have been fabricated and measured to validate the proposed method. The fabricated prototype is shown in this figure. It's worth mentioning that each substrate should be pre-treated to effectively train the electrical steel molecules. Firstly, the copper etched on the bottom surface of the upper substrate is rubbed along the X direction to initially align the liquid crystal molecules. Secondly, the cavity in the middle substrate should be designed to fill the liquid crystal material, and the middle substrate is also used as the package substructure. The fabricated prototype is measured in the system. This picture shows the measurement system configure. A pair of magnets is utilized to generate the biased magnetic fields. So the molecules of liquid crystal can be controlled by the biased magnetic fields. The measurement results are shown in this figure. According to the measurement as parameter 2-1, the stop band is kept whether there is the biased magnetic or not. In addition, the stop band attenuation is always more than 15 decibel within the stop band, and the insertion loss is less than 4 decibel within the passband. In addition, the measurement phase shift is 14.4 degree at 9 GHz, and the measurement federal merit is also more than 8 degree decibel within the passband. So the measurement result is also showing that the proposed bandstop filtering phase shifter is can be used to achieve the two's phase shift and therefore embedding the filtering function at the same time. They are consistent with the theoretical analysis. On this basis, in order to further improve the turning rate of the liquid crystal phase shifter, we introduced the spoof surface plasma polaritions into the design of the bandstop filtering tunable phase shifter. The spoof surface plasma polaritions is also called SSPB technology. It's a surface electromagnetic mode and can be regarded as a new class of the metal material. Considering the different performance of the SPB technology, such as the slow wave characteristic up to now, so there are different microwave devices have been designed based on the SSPP technology. Here we proposed the tunable filtering liquid crystal phase shifter based on the SSPP technology. The proposed bandstop filter is composed of a lower substrate, an upper substrate, and the middle layer. The microwave circuits are printed on the top and bottom surfaces of the upper substrate layer. The whole structure includes the slot line, SSPP waveguide, transition area, and the split ring resonators. The SSPP waveguide can steer the electric field distribution and supports the slow wave mode. So it can provide the larger turning rate and phase shifts. In addition, the SSPP waveguide has obvious advantages in the integration with the conventional circuit. In order to match line impedances between the slot lines and the SSPP transmission lines, the conversion part composed of the gradient grooves is deployed in the design. The bandstop filtering character is realized by the splintering resonators magnetically coupled with the liquid crystal-based waveguide. These resonators have different dimensions corresponding to a series of resonant frequencies, so a stable stop band of the liquid crystal can be realized. Lastly, the liquid crystal materials are constrained between below the SSPP waveguide structure. The director of the liquid crystal molecules can be effectively controlled by the best voltage. The SSPP waveguide function is discussed firstly. As claimed by the simulated dispersion curves, the asymptotic frequency becomes lower and lower with the increased parameter h. So it illustrates that the slow wave can be efficiently transmitted in the proposed SSPP waveguide. The slow wave characteristic can increase the difference between the maximum and the minimum permittivities, and it causes the tunable phase shift to be greatly improved. So, as to the tunable phase shifter of the liquid crystal-based SSPP waveguide, the tunable phase shift can be calculated according to the calculation results. Compared with the traditional phase shifter based on the slot line, the improvement of the tunable phase shift is determined by the slow wave factor. In order to solve the slow wave factor, the numerical simulations are conducted. According to the simulation results, the effective permittivity of the SSPP waveguide is much larger than that of the slot line. Because this is due to the slow wave characteristic. The simulation results shows that the slow wave factor is around about 1.5 in the present parameter, and it's same for different the liquid crystal states. So the tunable phase shifts of the proposed liquid crystal based on the SSPP waveguide can be larger 1.5 times than those of the liquid crystal phase shifter based on the slot line. In that case, the phase shifts and the federal merit based on the SSPP waveguide and the slot line are compared by the numerical simulation. The simulation results shows that the SSPP waveguide can effectively increase the tunable phase shifts, and for example, at 9 GHz, 100 phase shift is obtained for the SSPP waveguide, and while only 64 degree for the conventional slot line at the same frequency. So it means that the proposed bandstop filtering liquid crystal phase shifter is shorter than the one based on the conventional slot line for the specific phase shift. In addition, the federal merit values of the bandstop phase shifter based on the two topologies are also given in the fender B. So it shows that in the passband, the federal merit of the SSPP waveguide is also much larger than that of the conventional slot line. To verify our proposed numerical simulation results, the prototype samples based on the SSPP technology are fabricated in the PCB technology. The figure A illustrates the simulated and measurement return losses. Independently from the biased fields, the measurement results are always less than -10 dB in the passband. In addition, the insertion losses and the tunable phase shifts are both shown in the figure B and the figure C. It can be found that the measurement as the parameter to 1 shows the stopband is regimented for the different liquid states. Besides, the attenuation is also larger than 20 dB. Furthermore, the measurement maximum phase shift also can reach up to 7.6 at 9 GHz. Based on the bandstop filtering tunable phase shifter, we will nextly analyze the bandpass filtering tunable phase shifter. Because the proposed bandpass filtering phase shifter is based on the composite right-left-handed transmission line technology, so here we firstly introduce the working mechanism of the composite right-left-handed transmission line. The permittivity and permeability of the common materials are greater than 0, and they are called the right-handed materials. In contrast, if the permittivity and the permeability of a material are both less than 0, they are called the left-handed materials. The equivalent circuit of the transmission line based on the left-handed material and the left-handed material are given in the figure. We can see that the capacitance and inductance have changed with each other. So if we combine the left-handed transmission line and the right-handed transmission line with each other, we will get a composite left-handed transmission line. And it has the different propagation characteristic, so we can apply it in the design of the tunable liquid crystal phase shifter. The figure shows the structure of the proposed bandpass filtering liquid crystal phase shifter. Compared with the bandstop structure, the main difference is the introduced periodic mental strips. These periodic strips are ended between the central coplanar waveguide strip and the ground planes. They make the structure to behave as the microplasma with the negative permittivity at the plasma frequency. At the same time, the split ring resonators also produce the negative permittivity at the same resonant frequency. So the composite right-left-handed transmission line is designed, and a narrow passband with the backward wave propagation is occurred. In order to verify the above analysis, numerical simulations are conducted. The specific parameters for the passband filtering liquid crystal phase shifter is given in the table. According to the simulated results, it's observed that the passband is kept while the liquid crystal permittivity is changing, and the insertion losses are always less than 3 dB. On the basis, the tunable phase shift and the figure merit of the proposed passband filtering liquid crystal phase shifter is also simulated. It can be said that the tunable phase shift and the figure merit are more than 60 degree and 20 degree per December in the passband. In order to verify the performance of the proposed filtering tunable liquid crystal phase shifter, the prototype samples have been fabricated and measured. The figure shows the fabricated prototype. The details of the feeding structure is also given here. It supports the transition of the electromagnetic waves from the coplanar waveguide to the microstrip line. The gaps of the coplanar waveguide are connected in the ends, and the single line is flipped to the bottom surface of the lower substrate by a metal wire hole. The simulated and measurement insertion loss and tunable phase shifts are displayed in the figure. According to the measurement parameters results, the passband is kept whether there is the best voltage or not. Besides, the insertion losses are always less than 6 decibel within the passband, and the attenuation losses is more than 20 decibel for the stop band. In addition, the measurement tunable phase shifts are more than 15.5 degrees within the passband, and the measurement fundamental merit is still more than 10 degrees per decibel in the passband, which also displays the same trend as the simulated results. Next, we will introduce the tunable balanced electronically phase shifter with the common mode filtering function. First of all, the difference between the balanced devices and the single-ended devices is shown here. The figure shows the typical single-ended transmission line and the balanced transmission line. Actually, the single-ended transmission line is fed by the single-ended ports. In contrast, in a two-wire balanced line shown in the figure B, it's fed by the differential ports. The differential ports consist of the two terminals. Therefore, the single-ended means that port consists of only one terminal, which is used to distinguish the balanced transmission line. The balanced transmission line supports two fundamental propagation modes, the differential mode and the common mode. The differential mode, also called the balanced mode, is the fundamental mode. The common mode, also called the unbalanced mode, is the noise mode in the balanced circuit system. With the development of the modern communication system, balanced phase array radars with the high immunity to the environment noises, easy integration, and ultra-wide frequency band have raised the attention. As a key component, many balanced microwave devices such as the balanced filters, balanced antennas, balanced power dividers, and balanced clovers are proposed and studied. Especially for the balanced phase shifters, there are much demands for the balanced phase array radar system. For example, as illustrated in the figure, a single-ended phase shifter requires to balance to transform the radio frequency from the balanced-ended to the single-ended in the integrated system. On one hand, this way raises the volume of the whole system. On the other hand, the performance of the microwave signal is also demanded by the balance. So, compared with the traditional single terminal phase shifters, balanced phase shifter has great advantages in the balanced systems. As shown in the figure, the proposed tunable balanced liquid crystal phase shifter with the common mode separation is mainly composed of the lower substrate, upper substrate, and the middle substrate. The metal structure of the shunt steps loaded the differential line is printed on the bottom surface of the upper substrate. It is utilized to achieve the slow wave performance. It's utilized to improve the phase shift turning rate. In addition, a group of metal patches and metal ground are respectively etched on the top and the bottom surface of the lower substrate. Each metal patch is connected to the ground by a metal wire to realize the common separation function. In a balanced circuit system, the main contribution to noises is called common noise. The common noise degrades the signal-to-noise ratio. So the common noise must be reduced as much as possible. The structure of a section of the liquid crystal-based transmission line with one resonator is shown in the figure A. Along the direction of the signal propagation, the structure can be divided into three parts. The corresponding common circuit of the proposed structure is shown in the figure B. The parameter Cp represents the capacitance of the metal patch and the differential line. The parameter LVIA represents the inductance of the metal wire between the metal patch and the ground. The series branch composed of LVIA and Cp is shunt in the equivalent circuit to achieve the common separation. So the common transmission coefficiency can be calculated. According to the calculated results, the common separation can be achieved through the proposed design method. On this basis, numerical simulations are implemented to verify the theory analysis. It can be seen that the calculated results based on the circuit method have a good agreement with the numerical simulated results, and the common response are always less than -15 dB at the resonant frequency. A group of metal patch with granted sizes are implemented, so the narrow stop band with different frequencies can be combined and the continuous stop band are realized. As shown in the figure, the common mode response of the tunable balanced liquid crystal with 6 resonators is simulated. The simulation results shows that for the common response, more than 15 dB rejection can be always achieved when the liquid crystal molecules are turned by the biased voltage. As to the proposed tunable balanced phase shifter, the periodical shunt steps is an important component in the design. Compared with the conventional differential line, the phase shift and the federal merit for the differential mode case is be improved by the shunt steps. The equivalent circuit analysis and the numerical simulation are both verified the result. According to the simulation results, the introduced periodical shunt steps can increase the differential mode phase shifts. For example, at 5 GHz, a 150 phase shift is obtained for the shunt step case, and only 17 degrees for the conventional differential line. More importantly, as shown in the figure B, the federal merit of the proposed balanced phase shifter is also improved. The larger federal merit means that for the same required phase shifts, the insertion losses of the liquid crystal phase shifter is smaller than those of the conventional differential line. In order to verify our proposed method and numerical simulation results, the prototype samples of the proposed balanced liquid crystal phase shifter is fabricated in the PCB technology. This figure shows the feeding structure. It is utilized to achieve the impedance matching from the inverted differential line to the conventional differential line. The inverted differential line is separated and flipped to the top surface of the upper substrate by the metal wires. The simulation and measurement differential mode return loss is shown in the figure A. Independently from the biased voltage, the measurement values are always less than -10 dB within the operating frequency band, which are consistent with the simulation results. Besides, both of the common mode and the differential mode response are given in figure B and figure C. As claimed by the test results, the common mode separation with more than 17 dB rejection can be always achieved. Moreover, the measurement tunable phase shift reaches up to the 119 degree at 6 GHz. The measurement federal merit for the proposed balanced phase shifter is still more than 22 degree per December within the operating frequency. All in all of the measurement results have a good agreement with the theory analysis. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to share my recent work. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Hello, every teacher. My title is the particle planning of mobile robots based on simulated annealing particle stream optimization algorithm. The particle planning of mobile robots has always been the focus of the research in the field of robot navigation. The particle planning of mobile robots is to switch out an effective particle with low energy consumption, less time, shorter distance, and avoiding opacity according to the information coordinates of the starting and ending points in the work environment with obstacles. In recent years, some new algorithms such as the genetic algorithm, anti-colony algorithm, particle stream algorithm, B-colony algorithm, and so on. Compared with some traditional algorithms, an intelligent binary algorithm is proposed by simulating one or several behaviors of natural creatures, which provides a new way to solve the path planning problem in complex environments. In this paper, we chose the particle stream optimization algorithm. The idea of particle stream optimization is derived from the study of the predictor behavior of birds. It is an optimization method based on stream intelligence to simulate the behavior of birds in flight and foraging, and to achieve the optimal growth of boards through concrete cooperation. Each solution to the optimization problem is thought of as a board, called a particle switch in a dimensional space. All particles are fitted by fitness function to determine the concrete position. Every particle must be endowed with memory function, which can remember the best position switched. Each particle also has a velocity to determine the distance and the direction of flight. The velocity update of a particle consists of three parts: speed of progress iteration. The second part is the continuation part, which represents the thinking of the particle itself. It can be understood as the distance between the current position of a particle and its best position. The third part is the circle part, which represents the information sharing and cooperation among the particles. It can be understood as the distance between the current position and the particle and the best position of the group. This is the update formula of speed and position. When speed is large, explosion ability is enhanced. Particles are easy to fly over the optimal solution. Development capacity is enhanced when speed is small. Particles are easy to fall into local optimal, so particle velocity is very important factor. Here we update the speed by linearly decreasing the initial weight. The large weight has better global convergence ability. The smaller weight has strong local convergence ability. Therefore, with the increase of the number of iterations, the initial weight should be continuously reduced, so that the particle swim optimization algorithm has a strong global convergence ability in the early stage and a strong local convergence ability in the late stage. The follow of particle swim optimization algorithm is as follows. First, entitle particular population, including random population and velocity. Second, according to fitness function, the fitness of each particle is evaluated. Third, for each particle, compare its current fitness value with the fitness value corresponding to the best position in its divided history. 4. For each particle, compare its current fitness value with the fitness value corresponding to the global best precision. 5. Update the speed and precision of each particle according to the formula. If the end condition is not met, return to step 2. When the algorithm researches the maximum number of iterations of algorithm steps, this is a two-dimensional picture of particle motion. But sometimes the result is not ideal. Here, we introduce the idea of simulated annealing. The idea of the algorithm comes from the annealing process. That is, first heating the solder to higher temperature and then gradually making the temperature low. When heating, the internal particles are in a disorder state. When cooling, the particle becomes orderly and reaches equilibrium at each temperature. At room temperature, the energy can reach the minimal value. Therefore, the algorithm has a good global switch ability, high efficiency, and easy to understand program. The simulated annealing algorithm can generate a new solution randomly between the given solution and its local domain through the metropolis caption. Creating the solution with better updatability can be kept, or the solution with worse updatability can be kept within a certain probability. This is metropolis caption theory. If a new solution is better than the previous one, accept the new solution. Otherwise, calculate the selection probability. Generally, random number is a random number evenly distributed in the interval. If the selection probability is less than this random number, the new solution will be kept. After combining with a particular stream operation, the simulator annealing updating particular 4 is added to particular stream optimization. Calculate the update fitness value of each particle. If it is better than the previous particle, update the particle and the population values. Otherwise, carry out the next step. Then carry out the heating operation and the general formula of temperature, where it is the number close to 1 and then temperature is set to 0.2. The optimal configuration of important parameters is in the simulated annealing algorithm, it's very important to solve the particular problem of parts planning, including the internal temperature and the annealing coefficient. The setting of those two parameters plays a decisive role in whether the algorithm can achieve the ideal simulation result. Through simulation compression, when the internal temperature is set to high temperature, better simulation result can be obtained. Through simulation compression, the particle length calculated by exponential coefficient is better than that by constant coefficient. The simulation experiment is carried out according to the Fen-Yi algorithm and parameters combined in this paper. After 5 times of simulation, the simulated annealing particle stream optimization algorithm can finally get a small objective function, namely the path length, which is 66.4975. And in the complex case, the simulated annealing particle stream optimization iterates to the optimal value as soon as possible, and the objective function value of the path length is the minimal. So particle stream optimization combined with simulated annealing algorithm can make up for the shortcomings for particle stream optimization algorithm in the optimal solution. The effectiveness and retentionality of algorithm are verified by computer simulation. So the simulated annealing particle stream optimization algorithm is superior to the traditional particle stream optimization algorithm in the parts optimization. Secretary teacher and all teachers to Citigroup and court.
Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Ziwei. I'm from Heilongjiang University of Science and Technology. I'm very pleased to be here to join this forum. The topic of my presentation is modulation recognition of digital signal based on decision tree and support vector machine. My presentation will include these 5 parts. First, introduction. Second, introduction the theoretical of decision tree and support vector machine. Third, extraction of feature parameters. Fourth, carries on the simulation in the MATLAB. And the last, conclusions. First, introduction. Information technology plays a more and more important role in modern military field, and it has become a key factor to decide the victory or defeat of war. Communication countermeasure is the most important core part of information warfare, and signal modulation recognition is an important part of communication countermeasure. Modulation recognition is to judge the modulation mode of a given communication signal and give the corresponding modulation parameter in the absence of prior knowledge. As shown in this figure, the main modulation recognition methods are divided into two categories. One is the maximum likelihood hypothesis recognition method based on Bayesian decision theory. The other is statistical pattern recognition method based on feature extraction and neural network. The maximum likelihood algorithm can obtain the optimum recognition performance theoretical, but the algorithm needs more prior knowledge, such as carrier velocity, signal and noise power, and huge computation, which is not good for application of recognition technology. The latter usually can be divided into three parts. First, signal pre-processing. This step mainly to complete the signal receive data for the necessary pre-processing. Then, feature extraction. It mainly uses signal processing tools such as Wavelet, psychostationary, and cumulative extraction feature parameters in time domain, frequency domain, or other transform domain. Finally, classification recognition. Different algorithms correspond to different classifiers. According to their extract feature parameters and classification requirements, the suitable decision rules and classifiers are selected and determined. In this paper, the characteristic parameters of MPSK, MFSK, MASK, and MQM are extracted from the feature of high-order cumulative, instantaneous values, and Wavelet transform. Then, the decision tree and support vector machine are used to identify the modulation of the communication signal. Finally, the simulation experiment is carried out on the MATLAB platform. Next, I would like to introduce the theoretical of decision trees and support vector machine. Decision tree is a decision analysis method which is based on the known probability of occurrence of various situations, and uses decision tree to obtain the probability that the expected value of net present value is greater than or equal to 0. To evaluate the project risk and to judge its feasibility. It is a graphical method of applying probability analysis directly. Because this kind of decision branch is drawn like a trunk of a tree, it is called a decision tree. In machine learning, decision tree is a predictive model which represents a mapping relationship between object properties and object values. Each inner node represents a test on an attribute, each branch represents a test output, and each live node represents a category. This equation is a basic theory of SVI. The main idea is that analyzed for linear separability and for linear inseparability by using nonlinear mapping algorithm. The symbols of linear inseparability in long-dimensional input space are transformed into high-dimensional feature space to make them linear separability. Therefore, it is possible to use linear algorithm to analyze the nonlinear feature of the symbols in high-dimensional feature space. Based on the theory of structure risk minimization, an optimum hyperplane is constructed in the feature space, which makes the learner obtain global optimization and extraction of the whole sample space satisfies a center upper bound with center probability. Next, I'd like to introduce the extraction of feature parameters. The first is the character of high-order cumulators. Because of the independence of noise and signal, the cumulative of fourth-order and high-order Gaussian noise is 0 according to the character of high-order cumulator. the influence of Gauss noise can be ignored. Therefore, high-order commutator have strong noise separation ability. These equations are about the algorithm of commutator of order 2 to order 6. This table is a high-order commutator of digitally modulated signal. As can be seen from this table, the theoretical values are the same for some signals, but there are a various difference between most signals. This figure shows that 4ASK and 4PSK can be recognized by extracting high-order cumulator feature parameters and setting appropriate threshold. And the remaining signal can be divided into 3 sites: 2ASK, 2PSK, 16 QAM, 64 QAM, and 8PSK, 2FSK, 4FSK. The second is the transient character. Hilbert transformation on the real signal can be resolved using equations. Through these equations, the instantaneous amplitude, the instantaneous phase, and the instantaneous frequency of the signal can be calculated respectively. This equation is about the maximum value of center normalized instantaneous amplitude spectral density. As shown in this figure, the fluctuation degree of instantaneous amplitude can be reflected by whose function is distinguish the envelope time varying signal from the envelope constant signal. That is, to separate the MFSK signal from the MPSK signal. Therefore, the system can be used appropriate threshold T5 to divide 8PSK, 2FSK, and 4FSK into 8PSK and 2FSK, 4FSK. This equation is about the standard deviation of absolute value of zero center normalized non-wave signal instantaneous frequency. As shown in this figure, the function of sigma AF is to distinguish the signal with absolute and direct frequency information of normalized center frequency from signal whose absolute value is constant. The system can identify 2FSK and 4FSK with appropriate threshold T7. This equation is about the compactness of zero center normalized instantaneous amplitude. As shown in this figure, amplitude information can be represented by U42A. The 2ASK and 2PSK are separated by appropriate threshold T4. The last one is a feature of Wavelet transform. As shown in the figure, this feature reflects the stability of Wavelet transform amplitude of various signals. The system uses probe threshold T6 to recognize the two signals in 16 QAM and 64 QAM. Part 4 carries on the simulation in the MATLAB. The recognition flow of the algorithm is shown in this figure. According to the feature parameters expressed above, 9 common digital signal modulation modes are identified by using brain tree structure. The 4PSK and 4ASK signal are identified and divided into 3 parts: 2ASK, 2PSK, 16 QAM, 64 QAM, and 8PSK, 2FSK, 4FSK. Then 2ASK and 2PSK, 2FSK, 4FSK, 8PSK, and 16 QAM, 64 QAM are identified by U42A, gamma X, VW, and 2FSK, 4FSK are identified by sigma the last. In this paper, MATLAB software is used to verify the algorithm. After the downconversion to baseband signal, carrier synchronization, symbol timing, matching filter, 9 common digital signal modulation mode is identified. The simulated signal is 125 symbol length, 4000 Hz carrier frequency, 16,000 Hz sampling frequency, 2000 bps symbol rate, 0 to 20 dB signal to noise ratio, and extracted characteristic parameters are averaged after 100 calculations. These figures represent the recognition method based on decision tree. The recognition rate of 2 PSK and 2 FSK is per in 0 to 2 dB SNR, and most of recognition rate is over 90% when the SNR is 5 dB. The overall recognition rate is below 19% and the SNR of 0 to 5 dB, and the total recognition rate is 95% and highest is 99% and the SNR of 6 dB. These figures represent the recognition method based on SVM respectively. The recognition rate of 4 PSK and 8 PSK is worse than other signals at 0 to 2 dB SNR. And the recognition rate of 64 QAM and 2 PSK signals is better at low SNR. The recognition rate of 9 signals is over 99% when the SAR is 6 dB. The overall recognition rate is above 90% when the SAR is 0 to 2 dB, and the total recognition rate is 99% when the SNR is 5 dB, and the highest is 99.8%. The last, conclusion. The experimental results shows that the recognition rate of the method based on decision tree is poor at low SNR. After the SNR is 6 dB, the recognition rate reaches over 90%, and the highest is 99%. The recognition rate of SVM method at 0 dB has reached 78%. When the SNR is 2 dB, the recognition rate is more than 90%, and the recognition rate is stable at 99% when the SNR is 4 dB. The highest recognition rate is 99.8%. Therefore, the algorithm has a good recognition rate in low SNR, which proves the effectiveness and reliability of algorithm. That's all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Hello everyone, I'm Qu Xiangxiang. I'm from Heilongjiang University of Science and Technology. My report name today is a high-precision harmonic analysis algorithm based on 5-term MSD, second-order self-convolution window for spectral line interpolation. Below I will elaborate one by one from the following 5 aspects: research background and significance, commonly used methods for harmonic detection, the algorithm proposed in this article, experimental analysis, and conclusion. First, let's look at the background and significance. With the development of industry, a large number of nonlinear laws are used, and the resulting harmonic problems have gradually become the focus of attention. Harmonic mainly come from the following 3 aspects. Low quantity power generation generates harmonics. Harmonics in transmission and distribution systems, harmonics generated by electric equipment. At present, harmonic pollution in my country has become more and more serious, and harmonic pollution will also cause the following problems: cause power supply accidents, increasing loss, power equipment failure, and affect the surrounding safety. In order to reduce harmonic pollution, accurate detection of harmonic has become the primary issue. Let's take a look at some commonly used methods for harmonic detection in the second part. They are based on instantaneous reactive power series, based on Fourier transform, based on Wavelet transform, based on neural network. There are many kinds of harmonic detection algorithms at present, and the traditional single detection method has been unable to adapt to the increasingly complete harmonic detection requirements. At present, many research at home and abroad have conducted in-depth research on harmonic detection algorithms, introduced new methods based on the original algorithms, optimized certain conclusion process, or used several methods to cooperate to overcome the defects of a single detection algorithm. Among the many detection methods, the harmonic detection method based on Fourier transform is the most classic and commonly used harmonic detection method among all detection methods because it is simple and easy to implement in embedded system. In the windowed interpolation algorithms, the choice of window function is the most important, which directly affects the problem of harmonic detection accuracy. The side lobe peak level is the level wave of the side lobe closest to the main lobe, and the side lobe attenuation rate is the subslope of each side lobe peak level attenuation. The side lobe characteristics of the window function are determined by the side lobe peak and the side lobe attenuation rate. The lower the side lobe peak and the faster the side lobe attenuation rate, the stronger the ability to suppress spectral leakage. From this figure, we can see that the 5-term MSD window has better side lobe characteristics than other window functions. The following table is the spectrophic values of side lobe peak and side lobe attenuation rate of commonly used window functions. We can see the 5-term MSD window has obviously advantages in the side lobe characteristics, which is much larger than the other window functions mentioned above. It has excellent attenuation effects on the side lobes, which can well suppress the influence of spectrum leakage on other frequency points and makes the algorithm the calculation results are more accurate. Based on this, we propose the algorithm used in this article in the third part, 5-term MSD, second-order self-convolution window for spectral line interpolation. The self-convolution of the window function can improve the ability of window function to suppress side lobe leakage and enhance the performance of the window function, and analyze the results of self-convolution. It can be seen from the figure that the 5-term cosine self-convolution window with the increase of the self-convolution order, the side lobe peak value gradually decreases, and the side lobe attenuation gradually increases. Also, the rapid attenuation of the side lobe peaks is beneficial to the improvement of calculation accuracy, but the main lobe width is too large. The resolution will be gradually affected, so we choose 5 MSD second order self-convolution windows as the window function in harmonic detection. In order to further improve the accuracy of window interpolation algorithms, the information contained of the symmetrical spectral lines at peak frequency points is fully considered, and the harmonic analysis of the full spectral line interpolation FFT is performed. This is the interpolation correction formula obtained by polynomial fitting. That is the first part, experiment analysis. In order to verify the accuracy of the algorithm in this paper, the 21st harmonic simulation analysis is carried out. The single model of the simulated assembly is this: the fundamental and harmonic parameters of the harmonic single are given in the table. The 5 MSD windows and other commonly used window functions are compared and analyzed, and the relative errors of amplitude, phase, and frequency are obtained. It can be seen from the simulation results set. Under the sum conditions, compared with the Hanning window and Blackman-Harris window, the harmonic detection accuracy of the 5 MSD window is higher, and the relative error of amplitude, phase, and frequency is increased by about 3 or 4 orders of magnitude. Compared to the 5-term MSD window of the 5-term MSD second order self-convolution window, the relative errors in amplitude, phase, and frequency have increased by about 1 or 2 orders of magnitude. On the premise of adding phase and window function, the accuracy of harmonic detection can be improved by 4 spectral line interpolation compared with 3 spectral line interpolation, which can be increased by 1 or 2 orders of magnitude. The following is a summary of the last part. In view of the increasing serious problem of harmonic pollution, we first analyze the commonly used detection method, have Weaver transform, FFT, neural networks, instantaneous reactive power. Among the many detection methods, the first Fourier transform algorithm has become the most commonly used harmonic detection method because of its reliability, simplicity, fast operation speed, and ease of implementation in hardware circuits. However, when use FFT for harmonic analysis, the accuracy simply and no integer paired triaction of the single wave causes spectral leakage and phase effect, which seriously affect the accuracy of harmonic detection. In order to suppress the influence of spectrum leakage and phase effect, a windowed interpolation correction algorithm can be used. At present, the commonly used window functions are Hanging window, Blackman window, Blackman-Harris window, natural window. They suppress the influence of spectrum leakage and a certain extent. In order to further improve the accuracy of the window interpolation algorithm, this paper will perform 5-term MSD window self-convolution to generate 5-term MSD second-order self-convolution window, and simultaneously perform harmonic analysis of 4 spectral line interpolation FFT. 5-term MSD second-order self-convolution window for spectral line interpolation FFT harmonic analysis algorithm. Through similar analysis, it is concluded that this algorithm has higher accuracy in detection amplitude, phase, and frequency than other commonly used windowed interpolation algorithms. The harmonic analysis algorithms based on 5-term MSD second-order self-convolution window for spectral line interpolation FFT can improve the detection accuracy in amplitude, phase, and frequency by 1 or 2 orders of magnitude compared with other commonly used windowed interpolation algorithms. In this paper, 5 MSD windows with superior side lobe performance are used to construct a 5-term MSD self-convolution window. By analysis its spectral characteristics, it is concluded that the 5-term MSD self-convolution window has better and better side lobe performance as the convolution order increases, but the width of the main lobe also gradually increased. On this basis, a harmonic analysis algorithm based on 5-term MSD second-order self-convolution window for spectral line interpolation FFT is proposed, and the correction formulas of various performances are calculated to realize the amplitude and frequency of each harmonic in this single high-precision detection of first and first, compared with other algorithms. These algorithms greatly improve the accuracy of harmonic detection and can be applied to occasions that require high accuracy of harmonic analysis. My report is over. Thank you all.
Hello everyone, my name is Li Nansun. I come from Hehe University. My report is about research on sales forecast of electronic products based on BP neural network algorithm. There are 4 sections of my report. Introduction, BP neural network algorithm, sales forecast, order volume forecast. With the rapid development of science and technology, electronic products have entered millions of households and become necessities for people's daily work and life. The rapid replacement of electronic products often makes product output and sales volume not match in time, resulting in product backlog and deficit affects earners. For this reason, the electronics industry urgently needs an effective product sales forecasting method to provide scientific decision support for its production plan. Therefore, this report will build sales forecast model and order forecast model for electronic products and predict the sales volume of the latest generation and products sold by sellers to customers in the next 20 weeks, based on the existing sales data of a certain brand of electronic products. Order volume for the next 20 weeks in different sales regions. Among the neural networks, the most representative and widely used is the BP neural network. This model is supervised learning model with a strong self-organizing and adaptive ability. It can grasp the SSO characteristics of the research system after learning and training on a representative sample, and has a simple structure and strong operability. Can simulate arbitrary nonlinear input-output relationships. The specific implementation steps of the BP neural network algorithm are as follows. The first step is to select the structure of the BP neural network based on the dataset. The BP neural network model in this report is the number of network layers is 2, and the number of hidden layer neurons is 10. The hidden layer and output layer neural functions are selected as tensing function and Purlin function. The network training method uses gradient descent method. Gradient descent method with momentum and adaptive should the gradient descent method. The second step is to normalize the input date and output date. The third step is to construct a neural network using the function nu_f. In the fourth step, before training the neural network, first set related parameters such as the maximum number of training times, the accuracy required for training, and the learning rate. The fifth step is to train the BP neural network. The sixth step is to repeat the training until the requirements are met. The seventh step is to save the trained neural network and use the trained neural network to make predictions. In the eighth step, the predict values is compared the actual output value to acknowledge the stability of the model. This section uses MATLAB software to fit the original data using the BP neural network algorithm, and finally completes the forecast of the sales volume of the latest series of its product. Enter the original data into the about code and obtain the fitting curve of the sales volume of the A3 generation products. After error analysis, the model is suitable for forecasting the sales volume of the product, and the original program is further improved to predict the sales volume of the A3 generation products to the customers in the next 20 weeks. The same processing method can predict the sales or volume of the B2 and C1 products from the seller to the customer in the next 20 weeks. The fitting graphs of the actual and predicted values, see Figure 2 and Figure 3. Sales forecast values, see Table 2 and Table 3. Through the above analysis, it is found that the BP neural network algorithm has a good fitting degree. The relative error between the predicted values and the actual value is small. The prediction result is more accurate, and it can be used for short-term and medium-term prediction. According to the analysis of the characteristics of the filtered data, it is found that the prediction of the order volume can still use the BP neural network algorithm. The difference between the algorithm in this section and the second section lies in the selection of parameters and hidden layer neurons. The accuracy and the training time of this section are higher than the second part. Another 30 hidden layer neurons are selected, which achieves a better simulation results. The results of fitting and prediction using MATLAB software are as follows. First of all, we carried out the order volume of the A3, B2, C1, 3 generation products that are not divided into sales areas in the next 20 weeks. Manufacturers received orders type B and C, and sellers placed orders type A and B. The specific prediction results are as follows. The forecast results show that in the next 20 weeks, the order volume of A3 generation product sellers will first increase significantly and will fall after reaching a certain number. The forecast results show that the order volume of A3 generation product manufacturers will have 2 peak periods in the next 20 weeks, and the manufacturers can appropriately adjust their production strategies based on the forecast results. It can be seen from the above figure that the fitting effect of the BP neural network model is better. After further error checking, it was found that the error was small, so the program was further improved for prediction. The predict weather see Table 6. The forecast results show that the order quantity of B2 generation product sellers will pick up in the next 20 weeks, but the range is not large, and it will decline rapidly after the 70th week. The fitting and the forecasting results show that the number of the two types of orders in the previous period of the product basically match, and the trend in the next 20 weeks is smaller, but the number is different. Secondly, according to the filtered data, predict the order volume of D3, E2, F products in the different sales regions in the next 20 weeks. The specific fitting chart is as follows. The forecast result of the order volume in the next 20 weeks are not listed here. Now, you can make their own predictions based on the program codes listed in the article, and the operation is simple and easy. The fitting and the prediction results show that the two orders of D3 products in the A sales region will enter a stable recession in the next 20 weeks, which indicates that these products will soon exit the market. The fitting and forecasting results show that the orders of manufacturers of D3 products in the sales region will gradually rise in the next 20 weeks. The orders of D3 products in the B sales region will be smaller and should be increased in product promotion in the region. The forecast results of the order quality of E2 products in the sale region of A and the order quantity of the manufacturer show that the former has a certain degree of rebound after entering a long through period. The main reason for the through period is in the previous phase. The sellers in this sales area placed large orders. The later placed large fluctuations in order quantities, which was mainly affected by changes in the order volume of C products. The forecast results show that the order quantity of product F in sales area A has sold in a shorted period of time, but it has declined rapidly in the later period and continues to rise, indicating that the demand for product F in area A in the future is not high. The fitting and forecasting results show that the two orders of products in the C sales area have similar trends, indicating that the sales of products in this area are relatively stable. Thank you.
Hello, judges and teachers. The title of my paper is Meituan Takeout Online Reviews Test, Mining and Analysis. Here is my report. Based on the current situation of the market, this paper obtains related data of online user reviews on Meituan, the online food delivery platform, by softwares and implements pre-processing and mining by language correlation function. And finally draws a conclusion that judging from the mining results of the featured words and the emotions in the reviews, the Meituan platform and its food delivery service have been evaluated by users as being cheap, economical, convenient, and fast. And the key elements that users can see regarding to the merchant rating are the merchant's attitude, the delivery man's attitude, the food test, and the food security, respectively. First, research design. Based on the empirical study of Meituan food delivery and from the perspective of social psychology, this paper finds out that the basic requirement of users is the key factor for their choice on products to meet their expectations. Will the exposure, sales, rating, and specific review content of merchant help them decide whether to choose it? After a research into the test mining theory applied in the paper, we mined and processed the data as shown in the figure 1 below. Firstly, we processed the data source to achieve a denoise effect. We created a user-customized dictionary and removed stop words to guarantee the accuracy of the word segmentation, and it demanded repetitions for the best effect. And finally, we carried out mining and analysis on the review content after the word segmentation. Second, the empirical analysis. We have created 3,013 reviews of the biggest food delivery platform in China, Meituan, integrated on the website Baidu Kubei. It is a special website integrating users' reviews and merchants' catalogs. And a part of merchants' user reviews on Meituan itself by using a third-party software called Tuber Crawlers. And finally, faced the merchant Xu Jipei as an object of this text mining research, considering its high rating and quantity of users' reviews. There are altogether 597 valid users' reviews created by October Crawler on Xuji, a restaurant mining selling pay in Hebei City. The first step is to take a denoise processing on the test data obtained, and pre-process the data by keeping the useful content while deleting some irrelevant fields including the nicknames, review times, and irrelevant reviews, and then delete poor quality reviews, including reviews in default templates and text in a length no more than 2 characters. The original crowd online reviews should be processed in the form of the structured data for analysis. A part of the review data is set as the training library, and then the review content is processed in the steps of word segmentation and featured word extraction. Partial results are shown as in Figure 2. The training result of word segmentation reveals that some properties not 地三鲜. What is the 地三鲜? It means 3 fresh vegetables growing on the ground, a dish of stewed fried potatoes, eggplants, and peppers, has been split into 2 words, round and 3 fresh, and the physics not very good has been split into 2 words, not very and yummy. Those segmentation results will affect the accuracy of the text filter extraction, so it is necessary to create a user-customized dictionary on the basis of merchants' information for accurate segmentation of review content. And we can also see a large quantity of noise words like 2, or but where we still need to denote the segmented test by the steps of setting down filter criteria, making a stop word list and deleting useless words accordingly. The stop words are mined by following the principle that only words with useful information will be adopted, and then added into stop word list for further selection. Basically, we create a user-customized dictionary based on the product, cut reviews into citizens, finish segmentation by using the customized dictionary, and then mark the part of speech of each word. Because the product characteristic values are mainly nouns, we filter the nouns by filling criteria when extracting featured keywords, and also delete the stop words in the list marked text. All the crowd review tests are processed by word segmentation in terms of the training result. The processed tests are used for word frequency statistics and keywords extraction. After processing the first words by algorithm, we finally selected 20 keywords for the use of Meituan's user review analysis. The 20 keywords selected from Xu Pei's user reviews for analysis are listed in Fig 3 below. Finally, review mining and result analysis. A filter visualization is conducted on those segmentation words and extracted keywords. The cloud picture as shown in Fig 4 made by the words can directly show the core content of the user reviews. The word food delivery has been mentioned many times among our reviews, which can prove that the food delivery is a featured business of Meituan. The keywords standing for the comprehensive assessment are economical, cheap, and so on. And we can also infer from Fig 4 that currently a large number of users order free delivery by using Meituan. And the most commonly words to describe their experiences are not bad, cheap, economical, and love it. And another word, Islamic, is also high frequent word. But according to the research, the specific reviews related to Islamic topic are almost passive reviews such as discrimination, rubbish. Considering that the words reflecting the comprehensive assessment are economical, cheap, and so on, Meituan and its food delivery team should aim to provide low price and convenient and fast service in order to acquire more users, which can also help to improve users' satisfaction on both the service and the food, and hence to increase their dependence and tendency. Turning the words deliverment body, attitude, value, quality, on time, test, and clean in their reviews, which means the factors that users can see in their experience lie in the punctuality of deliverment, the attitude of deliverment, the attitude of merchant, food test, food value, and food security. For merchants, to attract users or improve their satisfaction degree, they need to serve with a good attitude, and meanwhile guarantee food security and taste. For delivery man, they should remember to keep a good attitude and deliver the food on time in safety so that they can help to improve the user loyalty to Meituan, and has to increase both the user number and the business sales of Meituan food delivery. Here's my report. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your criticism and correction.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from Dalian Polytechnic University. My name is Zhou Yang, and my supervisor is Professor Wang. For his intellectual guidance, invaluable instructions, and comments on my paper. It is with his valuable assistance that I have finally accomplished my paper. Today, the title of my paper is Research upon the Smart Diving Suit based on visible light communication. In recent years, visible light communication has developed rapidly and had great potential for development and application. Based on the above facts, we have studied an intelligent wetsuit based on visible light communication. Then I will show it to you. In the main part of this paper, I divide it into 5 parts. As a background introduction, the research design, the technical principles and test statistics, and the conclusion. The first part is a background introduction. For safety reasons, the digitization of traditional underwater activities needs to be strengthened. What's more, traditional wireless communication has some limitations underwater. Visible light communication has developed rapidly in recent years, which provides a new way for underwater communication. The basic principle of blue-green visible light communication is that the part of the blue-green light in the range of 450 to 550 nanometers is in the transmission window. It has strong anti-fading ability in water and can achieve the purpose of underwater communication. This paper proposes a research on an intelligent diving suit based on underwater blue light LED communication. The sensor is implanted in the diving suit to achieve the purpose of dynamically monitoring the physiological data and underwater environmental data of the diver. The blue-green optical communication method has the characteristic of low loss and high transmission rate, which can be used to improve the effectiveness and reliability of the whole communication system. The second part is the research design. Let me first introduce the whole system structure. The system is mainly composed of a sensor data collection module and a blue visible light communication module. The model of MCU is STM32. The system block diagram is shown like this. The function of the sensor data collection module is to embed the temperature sensor, the pressure sensor, and heart rate sensor. From collect the physiological data of the diver, and then use the VLC module to modulate the physiological data after modulation processing. Send to the host computer to complete the physiological data collection and monitoring of the diver. Next, I will introduce the sensor section. The temperature sensor is MLX90614. Among them, the function of pin 1 is to realize serial clock input, and the function of pin 2 is to perform digital input and output, and can be measure the temperature of the object. The heart rate sensor is MAX30102. Its communication interface can use a standard I2C interface for data transmission.
The data output speed is fast. The sampling rate is high. Heart rate and body temperature are important physiological parameters for monitoring underwater activities of personnel. It's of great significance to maintain the optimal heart rate and normal body temperature to ensure the safety of personnel. In exercise physiology, Table 1 shows the relationship between heart rate and human tolerance. Table 2 shows the relationship between body surface temperature and human subjective feelings. This figure is a schematic diagram of the arrangement of electric components in a smart diving suit. Place the LED light on the chest to transmit the signal. Fix the heart rate sensor on the inside of the cuff with a velcro. Place the temperature sensor on the back of the cuff and store the pressure sensor on the neck of the diving suit. To ensure system stability, place the controller in the patch pocket on the back. The third part is the technical principles. The schematic diagram of the communication system is shown in this figure. The transmitting end is mainly composed of blue LED and signal modulation drive circuit. Its main function is to modulate the data of the sensor, drive and light the blue LED lamp, and modulate the obtained electrical signal into the driving current of the LED lamp to realize the transmission of blue visible light. At the signal receiving end, the photoelectric detector is used to convert the optical signal received from the transmitting end into an electrical signal. And then the optional signal is amplified by the optional amplifier circuit. The amplified electrical signal is restored to the original after demodulation and AC conversion data. We use CEP modulation to modulate the optical signal. CEP modulation is developed based on QEM modulation. They are all synced carrier modulation. Compared with OOK modulation, CEP modulation is less disturbed by the pulse noise with abundant low frequency energy and the near-end crosstalk of high frequency. There is no low frequency delay distortion, and the intercode interference caused by group delay distortion is also smaller. After the sensor signal is modulated, the working system needs to drive the LED light source to convert it into a light signal and pass it to the receiving end. However, the driving capability of the single-chip microcomputer is insufficient, so an additional transistor is used to improve the driving efficiency. The function of the capacitor C1 is to increase the switching speed of the LED driving circuit and improve the frequency performance of the entire circuit. Among them, R1 is an adjustable resistor, and R2 is used to balance the impedance of the input terminal and balance the voltage. R3 and R4 play the role of protection circuit to prevent shaft to ground. R5 is a DC bias resistor. By adjusting the size of resistor 5, the current through the blue LED light source can be adjusted to meet different requirements for actual communication. The signal receiving end is merely composed of a photodetector, a preamplifier circuit, a controller, and a power supply. The function of the C1 is to filter out the AC components, so that the DC power supply VCC outputs a stable DC. C2 can filter out the noisy superimposed on the signal to achieve the effect of noisy reduction. The photodiode D1 converts the light signal emitted by the receiving end into an electrical signal, but at this time, the signal is relatively small. It needs to be amplified by a preamplifier circuit, and then the controller demodulates it to obtain sensor data. Finally, the diverse body data information is sent to a host computer, and the monitoring party analyzes the diverse physiological indicators to ensure the safety of the diverse underwater activities. The first part is a test statistics. We divided the test into two parts. The first part is indoor environment test. The test was carried out in the laboratory. We used an oscilloscope to detect the waveform sent by the LED in the actual communication process, and the waveform received by the circuit at the receiving end, and to compare it to verify the communication effect of the system. After the data information of the sensor is modulated, it is transmitted through the drive circuit of blue light LED. The photodiode of the receiver module receives the optical signal. The signal is amplified by the amplifier circuit, and finally sent to the after computer through the demodulation of MCU. The test results show that the waveform of the output signal of the photoelectric receiving end of the communication system is the same as the signal of the transmitting end, which indicates that the communication scheme of the system is feasible. The second part is outdoor environmental test. The outdoor experiment was conducted in a large lake. Compared with the indoor communication system, the outdoor communication system adds a condenser lens at the emitting end of the LED to reduce the emission angle of visible light, so as to increase the intensity and distance of visible light and greatly improve the transmission quality of visible light signals. As shown in figure, when the illumination direction of the blue light LED is aligned with the direction of the photoelectric sensor at the receiving end with a power supply of 5 volts, the length of the beam directly absorbed is about 5.4 meters. The data obtained after conclusion and arrangement of the data are shown in Table 3. The results show that the system can meet the daily data transmission requirements in outdoor natural underwater channels. In addition, error-free data transmission is achieved given the communication distance between the transmitting end and the receiving end is 5 meters and 8 meters. The last part is a conclusion. Aiming at the disadvantage of traditional underwater equipment and communication methods for divers. This paper designed a smart diving suit that can measure human physiological data based on the underwater visible light communication system. This paper introduces the design ideas of the sensor information acquisition module and the overall structure of the visible light communication system. The blue LED light source was used to transmit signals in the underwater channel, and the sensor data was successfully received, thus achieving the purpose of mirroring and varying human physiological indicators. This study also provides reference for future underwater communication activities. Based on the above design, the scheme of the system can still be further optimized. For example, by adjusting the power of the LED light source to meet the communication needs in different environments, thereby improving the effectiveness and reliability of data transmission. Okay, that is all. Thank you.
Hello everyone. The paper of my title is Extraction of Baseline based on second generation Wavelet transform. The abstract of the paper is in the analysis of signals processing due to the various kinds of interference in the transformation and sampling of the analytical instruments. The baseline of the signal is presented in the upper and lower drift. The upper and lower baseline could affect the accuracy of quantitative calculation, analysis, and evaluation. In the study, the principle of second-generation wavelet is discussed and introduced to extract the baseline. The features of signals are analyzed, and the quantitative accuracy of components has been significantly improved by the baseline extraction. The second-generation wavelet method successfully realizes split of baseline from signal peak with high efficiency and is easy to be implemented. And now, I will give a concrete description of the paper. This is my outline. The first one is introduction. The second is methods. The third is results and discussion. The fourth is conclusion. Now, I will start the first one, introduction. In the process of collecting signals, due to there are the various kinds of interference in the transformation and sampling of the analytical instruments, the baseline of the signals is presented in the upper and lower drift. The baseline shift can change the shape of the signal peak, affecting peak height and peak area calculation, which has a bad effect on the components calculation, quantitative analysis, and evaluation. There are various kinds of methods for baseline shift correction, such as digital filtering, baseline fitting, adaptive filtering, and Wavelet transform, and so on. Baseline fitting is by means of mathematics. A function model is established to describe the baseline and then to correct it, but it's difficult to deal with in technology, and real-time processing is not high. In addition, the curve fitting method is also used to correct baseline shift. But the TLC baseline spectrum is a slowly varying frequency signal. When the signal is weak, the difference was very difficult to extract. Recently, the method of wavelet transformation is widely applied in traditional Chinese medicine fingerprint and high-performance liquid chromatography fingerprint to correct baseline shift. In 1995, Sweden proposed a new wavelet construction method which does not depend on a Fourier transform, the lifting scheme, which is called second-generation wavelet transform, and short name is SGWT. In the transformation process, through the design of predictor and updater, the wavelet function is obtained with expected properties. Use lifting wavelet to carry out baseline shift correction. Signal denoising. It has the characteristics of simple structure, fast operation, saving storage space, and realizing in integer wavelet transform. In the study, the D4 wavelet is used in the process of extracting baseline, which will make a correction effect based on the discussion of the theory of second-generation wavelet transform. With advantage of simple coefficients and a few floating point calculations, the method has a good inhibiting effect on baseline shift. Now, the second part is methods. There are 3 steps to realize the second-generation wavelet transform, constituted by the lifting process. And there are 3 processes of the lifting: split, predict, and update. The reconstruction process is the inverse. The specific implementation is shown in Figure 1. And Figure 1 is split process, and Figure 2 is the reconstruct. So, in Figure 1, it shows the split and reconstruction process of SGWT. Now, I will give a description of split. The original signal is divided into 2 subsets, which is usually divided into even consequences and odd sequences. The length of each subset is half of the atom size and does not intersect each other. That is, split Sg equals to even sequence G subtract 1 to odd sequence G subtract 1. And in the formula, it will give the range of E sequences G subtract 1 and odd sequences G subtract 1. The second process is predict. According to the correlation between the sequences, generally, the odd sequence is predicted by the even sequence. In the prediction, there's a deviation d G subtract 1 between the actual value of odd sequences G subtract 1 and the predicted value is P. Even sequences G subtract 1. The differences is called the detail coefficient or the wavelet coefficient, which reflects the degree of approximation. The amplitude change of wavelet coefficients is inversely proportional to the correlation of data. The prediction process as follows, and it is the function of d G subtract 1. In effect, although it is impossible from the subset even sequence G subtract 1 to predict the subset or sequence G subtract 1 accurately, and P may be close to or sequence. In this way, D contains less information than the original. Repeat the process of split and predict after n steps. The original signal sets can be represented by even sequences from n to 1 and odd sequences from n to 1. The third process is update. After the procedure of split, some of the overall characteristics of the subset may not consistent with the original data. At this time, the procedure of update is needed to maintain the overall characteristics of the original data. The process as follows is the function, and the S is related to even sequences and D. P and U take different functions can be constructed by different wavelet transform. And now I will talk about results and discussion. There are many commonly used wavelet functions such as higher wavelet, Shannon wavelet, and dot-Beatty's wavelet. Due to the frequency spectrum of TLC baseline signal is low, the trend is relatively flat, and detection effect of dot-Beatty's wavelet to non-stationary signal is better. Default wavelet function is used to split and reconstruct TLC signal to realization the extraction of the baseline. And now we have to make the process of extraction of the baseline. Before extraction of the baseline, the signal denoising is carried out first. The separation of the high-frequency signals and the low-frequency signals is achieved by wavelet transform. After separating the high-frequency and low-frequency signals, the high-frequency part of the corresponding peak is zero, and the reconstructed data contains low-frequency data so that the baseline can be obtained from the reconstructed data. The method is applied in the TLC. The sum of TLC is obtained by thin layer chromatography scanner and then light density detection. The original signal and the result after baseline extraction are shown in Figure 2. And this is original signal, and this is the signal after baseline extraction, and this is extracted at baseline. Then, conclusion. Experiments show that with the basic principles of second generation wavelet transformation, the second generation D4 wavelet is used to extract the baseline based on the lifting algorithm, which not only to speed up the processing speed, but also effectively suppress baseline shift. After extraction, the quantitative accuracy of crude oil components has been significantly improved. In the study, the method of baseline extraction on TLC signal has a certain practical significance and application values, but general applicability and stability of this method is verified by a large number of real sample analysis. So I think the method proposed in my paper will give some values to the TLC baseline shift. That's all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Objectives. I'm Shan Chuang from Heilongjiang University of Science and Technology. The title of my paper today is Image Matching Algorithm Based on Improved ORB Factor Extraction. As is shown in the picture, computer vision is a technology that simulates the process of human eyes recognizing objects. The principle of processing vision information similar to human brain is an important research director of computer vision. Image recognition technology is very popular and widely used in many fields of life. Image matching algorithm based on the image factory points is a common technology. With the development of the times, the requirements for image matching algorithms are becoming increasingly strict. strong response, good real-time performance, and faster correlation rate are the important basis for missing image matching algorithms. The ORB is a rapid virtual points extraction. The image on the left is the sample image, and the image on the right is the after recognition by the ORB algorithms. The algorithm was proposed in the 2011 article called ORB, an inference alternative to safety source. The ORB algorithm is developed into parts: phase points extraction and phase point description. Feature extraction was developed from fast, and the description of feature points was improved according to description of brief, robust, independent electrical features. The ORB feature combines the fast feature point and the brief feature description, which is improved and optimized to be called O fast and brief, respectively. One, select a picture point P from the image, and then we will determine whether it is a feature point. At first, set its density, that is equal to AP. Set an appropriate threshold to when the absolute value of the difference between the gray values of the 2 points is greater than t. We believe that the 2 points are different. Consider the 16 poles around the pole point. Now, if n of the 16 points in a row are different from each other, is an corner point, so her n is set to 12. Then is an test that can quickly eliminate large number of non-feature points. This is test only checks the poles in positives 1, 9, 5, and 13. First, check the 1 and 9 to see if they are the same as the points. If so, check again for 5 and 13. If it's a corner point, then at least 3 of the 4 poles should be the same as the point. If neither is satisfied, then it cannot be an angle. The red points in the fig tree are the fig tree points found using fast algorithm or fast key point direction. Fast feature points are widely used for performance, but fast feature points have no directional characteristics. ORB algorithms purpose to use the graphical centered to determine the direction of fast feature points by calculating a moment to correlate the center of mass at the point with radius, the coordinates of the fractal point to the center of mass from a vector as the direction of the fractal point. This article improves the ORB algorithm. In the picture, we can see that one import image, then RGB, convention HSV. The left part, we can HSV of HS. The right part, we develop V. Then all the technical treatment, then correctical information component. Image, processing the importance of image. For image feature extraction is self-evident. A high quality image can greatly reduce the external interference for the subcurrent T. Image factor feature detection and image feature description. In this paper, a defective social determination is recorded for feature extraction, and the ambient light has a strong influence on social selection, which requires light homogenization in the image processing stage. The process of light homogenization is as follows. In the formula G is the Gaussian factor fraction, C is the Color factor, and is the normalization constant, so that the Gaussian fraction G satisfies the normalization conditions. Where F is the input image and I is the estimated emanation component. The two-dimensional gamma function O is the output image brightness value after correction. F is the source image, where is the index value of brightness enhancement, and the M is the brightness mean of the illumination component. In order to avoid interference between RGB channels, the whole processing process needs to be conducted in HSV color space, where the brightness component V is processed and finally transfers from HSV space to RGB space. The two-dimensional gamma function O is the output image brightness value after correction. F is the source image, where is the inductor value of brightness enhancements, and M is the mean of the illumination component. In order to set the current piano point as P and select the sort value in a window with a size of 7, 7, centered on the piano point P, where T refers to the threshold of determining whether the piano point at I is the feature point. S is the measure to judge the range of gray level change in the region. S is 15. T1 and T2 are two different sources. T1 is 10 and T2 is the adaptive threshold. The improved fast factory extraction process is as follows. 1. Traverse the image points and get the gray level changes in the 7-7 neighborhood centered on the points. If the gray level does not change, the feature point extraction will not be carried out in this area. If the change total of grays sequence is less than S, the factor threshold is used for feature point extraction. If the change range of gray level is greater than S, the adaptive threshold is used for feature extraction. Image feature point image extraction experiment. Feature extraction comparison between ORB algorithm and the proposed algorithm in order to visually and clearly compare the extraction effects of the two algorithms. Non-max separations is not performed here. Its observation from Figure 3 that the feature points extracted by ORB algorithm are largely clustered and overlapped. It can be seen from Figure 3 that the feature points extracted by the algorithm in this paper are less overlapped and clustered than those in figure. In total, intuition does not mean that the algorithm in this paper is better than ORB algorithm in extracting feature points. Far extremes have been done for time-consuming comparison. To compare the ORB algorithm and the proposed algorithm in extracting feature point difference under different abundant lighting conditions, reduce the illumination of the image by 10%, 20%, 40%, and 80%, and enhance the illumination by 10%, 20, 40, 80. As you can see, the number of feature points extracted by the ORB algorithm changes as the changes in the environment. This algorithm is more stable than the ORB algorithm when changes, and extracting feature points is faster than the ORB algorithms. Through the above-date comparison, the focal point extraction algorithm proposed in this paper can effectively improve the speed of the algorithm. At the same time, it can also have better matching accurately under the changing ambient light. This paper proposes an improved ORB feature restriction algorithm, which has the many advantages compared with the ORB algorithms. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. Today I will talk about the title of the crawl and analysis of recruitment data based on the distributed crawler. In the paper, the abstract is, because of the rapid development of Internet, how to efficiently and quickly obtain useful data has become an importance. In this paper, a distributed crawler crawling system is designed and implemented to capture the recruitment data of online recruitment websites. The architecture and operation workflow of the Scrappy crawler framework is combined with Python. The composition and functions of Scrappy Redis and concept of data visualization. Each has is applied on crawlers, which describes the characteristics of the web page where the employer publishes recruitment information. In the base of Scrappy framework, the middleware, proxy IP, and dynamic UA are used to prevent crawlers from being blocked by websites. Data cleansing and encoding conversation is used to make data processing. I will talk from four ways. The first one, four parts. The first one is introduction. The second one is methods. The third one is results and discussion. And the last one is conclusion. And first, I will talk about introduction. With the widespread of modern network, especially after application of 5th generation, people are spending more time in researching useful information through piles of data. Therefore, the distributed web crawler is adopted to search and obtain Internet data, which can greatly improve the search efficiency. The Internet has been thriving rapidly and changing people's lives greatly for decades. According to China Internet Development Report 2019 issued by the 6th World Internet Conference held in Wuzhen, Zhejiang Province in October 20, 2019, China has 0.89 billion netizens and Internet penetration mounted 59.6%. There are 5.23 million websites and 181.6 billion web pages. What's more, with the promotion of the commercial process of 5th generation, there will be a dramatic development in big data, cloud computing, IoT, and the data science. The traditional way to find relevant information is to use Internet search engine, but efficiency is low if searched from big data, and it is also not conducive to data processing and analysis. Web crawler, also called web spider, was originally developed by Matthew Gray from MIT in 1993. It is a contemporary to World Wide Web, and it can survive without the Internet by nature. If compared Internet to a spider net, the web crawler is the crawling spider on the net. By requesting URL address, the crawler collects and analyzes data by responding to contents. For example, if the responded content is HTML, a DOM structure will be analyzed, parsed, and adopt regular match. If if the responded content is XML or JSON. A data object will be converted and make further analysis. The distributed crawler uses many computers and many crawlers to coincide with many URLs. The distributed system can greatly improve program grabbing efficiency, fault tolerance, and its own message queuing, ensuring the disposable web node to URL. There are great many web crawler researches up to now, and first crawler is a wondrous Mercator, based on Java, was developed in 1999 with good scalability. The Apache Foundation published a Java crawler program Nottage. People like Mehdi Bahrami applied distributed crawler to cloud platform. Every crawler capable of storing a lot of unstructured data stores results in cloud Azure. Even in Azure Blob, the studies of web crawler are relatively less and late in China. Shanghai University studied the distributed crawler based on P2P in 2005. A study of Shanghai Jiao Tong University called IGLOO further optimized the performance of distributed crawler system. Therefore, a distributed crawler with a high speed and a high level needs to be devised and applied in the actual situation. The second part is methods. First, I will talk about scraping framework. Scraping is a framework for web scraping developed by Python for scraping websites and extracting structured data from pages. And this is the scraping framework. First, the program gives the initial URL in spiders. An agent will pass the URL to the scheduler. Next, URL is taken from scheduler and passed to the downloader through requests. And this is the step. After downloading from internet, the downloader returns the corresponding response to spiders. The next step. Spiders will parse and generate two parts, one of which is data and other is new URL. The data part is pushed to the project pipeline for processing data, and then the new URL is assigned to the scheduler and the cycle continues. So this is the scraping framework. Then, open a command line window in PyCharm with Python 3.5 and set crawler name in the project folder specified. Note generally it is named after the website domain name when creating the crawler file. Then there's a spider folder and its directory structure. A project is designed in the crawler file. Define the crawler fields in the parsed item model, as shown in the figure. The fields are necessary for crawling Python-related cabinets located in Nanjing in a web called Future Wireframe. And then, data cleansing process. Data cleansing is a process of re-examining and verifying data, with the goal of removing duplicate information, correcting existing errors, and providing data consistency. The data in each web page is not necessarily the same format. After processing data, use the parse method to extract URL of the web page. Use the for loop to crawl from the first page. Call the parse item method each time to clean the data, and then parse source code of the web page until it reaches the specified end, up to one page. After all the data has been crawled, push them to the pipeline module and open database in the pipeline modeling to achieve the storage of the data. So the format after data cleansing process is completed. This is completed from the data cleansing. Now I will talk about the result and discussion. The Scrappy framework does not support distribution. In order to achieve distributed crawling, foreign software engineers have developed a distributed crawler framework based on Redis, allowing crawlers to have distributed crawling capabilities. The pipeline of this module is somewhat similar to big data. That is, distributed work, multiple machines work together to complete a goal based on the same URL. The machine that stores the URL list and uniformly manages the URL is called the master server, and other machines running crawlers become slaves. Due to the queue mechanism of Scrappy Redis, the links obtained by slaves node will not conflict with each other. In this way, after each slave completes the fetching task, the obtained results are summarized on the server. Experiments can be performed on the cluster. Without so many machines, multiple Linux virtual machines can be deployed on one physical machine. First, write a configuration file on the master to connect to the Redis database. Then, copy the previously written crawler programs to Linux virtual machine slaves. The crawling out of order is started and the initial URL of the website is run to crawl in Redis. Note that URLs of the crawled web pages should be staggered. Finally, the data in Redis is imported into MongoDB. Figure A shows the process of distributed crawling. Figure B shows the data stored in the database after crawling is completed. So this is the first figure A, and this is the figure B. And the figure A shows the distributed crawling process, and in figure B, it shows data stored in Redis. Then, we will use data visualization to give description. Data visualization technology converts data into graphs and charts to provide the basis for decision making. The research of data visualization technology has developed rapidly and achieved corresponding achievements. Analysis of the salary situation of Nanjing IT companies, analysis of the range of the highest and lowest wages available. In the IT industry, the minimum wage is generally taken when starting a job, and most can get nearly 10K. And in the IT industry, the minimum wage is generally taken when starting a job, and most can get nearly 10K. After working for a few years, most of the maximum salary can reach 20K, which is in line with current average salary status. The data visualization analysis of salary is shown in figure C. And these are the figure C. And this one it shows Nanjing IT salaries, and we use the red rectangle to describe minimum salary, and we use the blue rectangle to describe the maximum salary. And this is the comparison from between master, unlimited education, college, and undergraduate. The last one is conclusion. With development of network technology, how to use crawler and data visualization technology to better understand users and their intentions is a key area in the network area. This paper studies how to collect relevant data from Internet. Distributed technology makes data collection more efficient. It cleans and filters collected data, and then displays the useful data and visual analysis to analyze and mine valuable information. There will make full use of the potential value of big data. And all of the content and is the whole is the whole part of my paper. And now I give the description of the 4 parts. So that's all. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Now, let me introduce my presentation. The title of my presentation is The Influence of Word Attribute Information and Word Frequency Information on the Concreteness Effect of Words. I will introduce my presentation from 4 aspects. First, let me introduce the word concreteness information and word frequency information have a very important role in the word recognition. The word concreteness, the meaning is some words have a special things in our daily life. For example, banana or eggplant. But some words are abstract words. For example, idea, emotion. There isn't any specific things. In many experimental tasks, concrete words are processed faster than abstract words. That is a concrete effect. Similarly, high-frequency words are processed faster and more accurately than low-frequency words. That is a frequency effect. How to explain the concreteness effects? Researchers put forward a dual coding theory. This theory holds that there are two independent but interrelated processing systems in the human brain. There are semantic-based processing system, that is a verbal system, and the image-based processing system, that is a non-verbal system. So if we meet the specific words, we use the two systems to process the words. Another theory is the context availability model. This model holds that concrete and abstract words are processed in same system. The comprehension of verbal information depends heavily on the information of context. So the meaning is the context is different. Maybe you have different time to process the words. Some researchers investigated the concreteness effect of words under 3 different context conditions: appropriate, abnormal, and neutral, and found that in abnormal and neutral sentences, concrete words produced larger negative 400 wave components than abstract words. The other researchers took Italian Earth experimental material and found that significant concreteness effect. Different from the past, there was no negative 400 component. Concrete words in the middle occipital lobe produced larger negative 365 component than abstract words, and a positive 3 component was found in the prefrontal lobe. Some researchers using the other technique, for example, PET technique, they found that the processing of abstract words was related to the selective activation of right temporal lobe, right amygdala, and bilateral inferior prefrontal cortex, while the processing of concreted words did not find brain regions more active than that of abstract words. So the meaning is the different words maybe use the different region. So this is very different. Another researchers obtained different results. The processing of abstract words was related to the left inferior frontal triangle, while the processing of concreted words was related to the left temporal lobe base. Some researchers choose the Chinese characters to explore the concreteness. For example, Zhang Qin investigated Chinese concreteness effects, found that there was a significant concreteness effect in the recognition of Chinese double character words. But this advantage of concreted words only existed in the range of low frequency words. The meaning is not all of the frequency words have the concreteness. Another researcher, Chen Baoguo, investigated the influence of concreteness effect on vocabulary recognition. The results show that concreteness and frequency had an interaction, but the concreteness effect only existed in high-frequency words. So, it can be seen that there is still controversy about the results of concreted word processing. In our research, the first innovation is to investigate the concreteness effect by controlling word frequency and part of the speech variables. The second innovation was the use of electroencephalography. The third is the Chinese double word as the experimental material. Now, let me introduce the experiment 1. The experiment 1, the name is the influence of word attribute on concreteness effect. We want to know the word attribute whether can have influence on the concreteness effect. For example, apple, horse is the noun word, but swimming, running is the verb word. So whether the word attribute can affect concreteness effect. Participants, 22 college students, were enrolled in this experiment. The materials is 60 concreteness nouns, 60 concrete verbs, 60 abstract nouns, and 60 abstract verbs. Experimental operators. EEG was recorded using EGI 128 channel recording system. Experimental procedure were used as first fixation point was presented at the screen. The center of the screen lasted 200 milliseconds. Then the word was presented to participants. The task asked the participants to do is to put the button to express that the word is a real word or not. Data analysis. 30 Hz low pass filtering first done, and after that, baseline correction and whole brain averaging. The total average ERP waveform in this experiment, the average amplitude of -2 and -400 were taken for analysis. The results. The first, we statistics the behavioral data. We found that true word and false word have a different reaction time, but the error rate is similar between the two words. ANOVA on reaction time, we found that concrete word is processed shorter than abstract word. Non-verb is shorter than word, non-word. And then we analyze the ERP data. On -2, there wasn't main effect of word type. But +3, we found the main effect of word type and the main effect of the word attribute, but no interaction between the variable. For the -400, there was a main effect of word type on central 3 electrode, on the PZ electrode. The main effect of word attributes was marginal significant on the O2 electrode, but no interaction between the variables was found. Another experiment 2, the influence of word frequency on concreteness effect. Participants 23 colleague students enrolled in these experiments. Materials is different from the experiment 1. We used 400 double character words, 100 high frequency and 100 low frequency concrete words, and 100 high frequency and 100 low frequency abstract words. Experimental apparatus is the same as the experiment 1. Design and procedure. Design is 2x2, two-factor measurement experimental design. Data analysis is the same as the experiment 1. Let's see the results. First, we analyze the behavioral data. About the reaction time, the true word is processed faster than false word, but the error rate is similar between two words. And no on reaction time is the results is the same as the experiment 1. Concrete word is easy to process, and the high frequency word is easy to process. Then we analyze the ERP data. It's the same as the experiment 1. There wasn't main effect of word type on -2, but on +3, there are major effects of word types on temporal 4, temporal 5, occipital 1, occipital 2, frontal Z, and CZ electrodes. There was a significant interaction between target word frequency and word type on the temporal 6 electrode. About -400, there was a main effect of word type on the parietal 4 electrode, on temporal 6 electrode, and on occipital 2 electrode, on the parietal 0 electrode. No interaction between the variables was found. So let's summarize the two experiments. We found that behavioral data show the concrete word processed faster than abstract words. The meaning is concrete word may be easy to get the meaning because concrete word have a specific things in our daily life according to with it. But abstract words, the reader cannot retrieve the specific things. The ERP data, we found -2 amplitude wasn't found any difference. The meaning is abstract words and concrete words, there isn't a difference at the beginning of the process. The separation of the processing of concrete words and abstract words occurred in +3 period. The meaning is after the stimuli presented 300 milliseconds, we can find the difference between two words. The +3 amplitude increased as the subject puts more effort into the task. The meaning is abstract words is difficult to process than concrete words. In the -400 time window, the difference in the processing of concrete and abstract words in the two experiments also did not exist in the unilateral brain region. Thus, further support our view that the dual coding model was not supported in our experiments. So maybe the context availability model is right. From our experiments data, we think that the words, concrete words and abstract words, depend heavily on the context. This is our experiments, our research found. Word attributes are not the factors that affect the concreteness effect. There is a significant interaction between word type and word frequency. The concrete effect occurs in the range of low-frequency vocabulary. The meaning is in Chinese, the word processing. The concrete effect was adjusted by the word frequency. That's all. Thank you for your watching this video. Good luck. Bye-bye.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to have been invited to report at this conference. My name is Peng Yuan, a graduate student from Heilongjiang University of Science and Technology, and I currently doing some research about impedance model. Today, my topic is modeling and derivation of small single model for grid-connected inverters. The contents of this presentation is divided into 6 parts. In section 1, I will introduce my research. In section 2, I will give the overall impedance model of the inverters. The control model of phase-locked loop, current control, and power control will be showed from section 3 to section 4. In section 5, I simulate my model, and finally, I will make a conclusion. With the development of new energy power generation technology, more and more regions are increasing the construction of new energy power generation facilities. From January to April 2020, a total of 3.35 gigawatts of wind power capacity was auctioned, with 2.1 gigawatts in Europe and the remaining 1.2 gigawatts in Asia. During the same period in 2019, nearly 5 gigawatts of capacity was auctioned. This significant difference can predominantly be attributed to the COVID-19 crisis, with delayed and postponed auctions in key markets such as Brazil, China, and the US for offshore wind. In the wind farm, grid-connected inverters are the key components that deliver renewable energy to grid. Modeling and impedance of grid-connected inverters in the DQ frame had become a new option, but there is no reference for the derivation process of them. In order to reduce the amount of tasks for more complex impedance modeling, this paper corresponds the control model and the mathematical model of grid-connected inverters in MATLAB and Simulink. Among them, the most important part of the control model is the model building of phase-locked loop, which include power control and current control. Picture is the structure diagram of three-phase grid-connected inverters, which can be divided into main power root control circuits. In the main circuit, UA, UB, and UC are the three-phase voltage measured with grid entry point. IA, IB, and IC are the three-phase current measured with grid entry point. UD, UQ, and 0 are the D-axis, Q-axis grid entry point voltage output by the phase-locked loop in the controller coordinate system. ID reference, IQ, and IQ reference are the D-axis, Q-axis grid enter point current and its reference value. PQ are the active power and reactive power calculated by the measure date in the power control. P reference and Q reference are the active power reference quantity of power and reactive power. The small single model in DQ frames is shown in this figure. Among this figure, the uppercase letters D, U, and I respectively represent duty ratio, voltage, and current in stable state. The lowercase letters D, U, and I are the small single disturbance values. Among them, the mean circuit parameters are indicated by superscripts. The subscripts D and Q correspond to the d-axis, q-axis respectively. The lowercase letters UD, UQ, ID, IQ represent the voltage disturbance value of d-axis parallel node, the current distance value of parallel node, the voltage disturbance value of q-axis parallel node, and the current disturbance value of parallel node. In the mean circuit coordinate system respectively, the uppercase letter DD, DQ, and the lowercase letter DD, DQ represent the duty ratio steady value of d-axis and q-axis and the small single disturbance value respectively. From this figure, we can get the formula of DC voltage UDC, and its matrix form is shown there. We can see the small single model of AC measurement and the small single disturbance of grid entry point voltage is equation there. This is those metrics. The function of phase-locked loop is synchronize the control system with the main system and the control system. The PI control method is used in the phase-locked loop. Grid-connected converters usually need PLL to synchronize with the grid. The transfer function between two systems can be expressed as T-set. When the output disturbance is small enough, the cosine theta is equal to 1, sine theta is equal to 0. The transfer function between two systems can be expressed as follows. From the control block diagram of a phase-locked loop, we can get the theta. According to those matrices we have got, we can get the matrices of duty ratio, current, and voltage in phase-locked loop. Then we can get the control block diagram with the phase-locked loop showing there. According to the mean circuit structure, the current loop control GCM matrix expressed as follows. The d-axis and the q-axis are decoupled. After the current controller, the power controller is added to achieve more accurate control effect. The transfer function matrix of power control JCPQ is expressed as follows. Through linearization, the transfer function of active power and reactive power in DQ frames can be obtained. The control block diagram, which including current control, power control, and phase-locked loop, is shown in this figure. We can get some equations as follows. Based on this matrix, the simulation model of duty ratio of control system can be obtained as follows. The simulation model in MATLAB and Simulink is shown in this picture. Here is the control model with power control. The equations are mathematical derivation. I will not accept. The simulate verification is carried out in MATLAB and Simulink. The results are as follows figure. End. I hope my research could provide a bridge for the latter establishment and research of impedance model, reduce the workload of model understanding, and lays foundation for the subsequent stability analysis in a long term. Thank you for your watching.
Performance analysis of signal detection algorithm in data link system. Reporter person 曲苏苏 Toner 张小黎 5 parts. First, introduction. Second, data link system memo system. Third, signal detection algorithm. Fourth, simulation of detection algorithm. Last, conclusion. One, introduction. Research background. Data link communication system, full name Controller Point Data Link Communications, CPDLC, mainly uses data instead of voice to provide traffic management for controllers and points. Data link communication system can provide communication service in air traffic service facilities, including release, application, report, and so on in standard format. With the development of international SAT-COM technology, CPDLC has been widely used by international airlines and traffic control systems as a means of communication through data link. In a single antenna system, there are two ways to improve the communication rate, which are to increase the transmission power and bandwidth. MIMO technology is introduced into data link system for further improve its performance. MIMO technology transceiver antenna number is more than 1 by a plurality of components. The signal from the sending end goes through multi-paths to the receiving end, maximizing the utilization of spectrum and increasing the capacity. In the same channel, space diversity technology is used to transmit multiple antennas. Compared with other technologies, MIMO technology has obvious advantages in increasing system capacity. Two, data link system, MIMO system. BLAST was originally proposed by Fen-Yi. Because of its simple structure, BLAST is of greater significance to the improvement of frequency band utilization. BLAST simply means sending data in parallel using multiple transmitting antennas, and then data on each receiving antenna are separated. It can be seen from its structure that the spectrum utilization of the system can be very high. As the number of antennas changes, so does the volume. From the picture, multiple antennas are installed on the data link and machine, and a MIMO system is formed between the two data link and machines. In this system, its antenna at the transmitting end sends signals at the same time, and the signals received at the receiving end are the superposition of signals sent by the transmitting end. From the picture, we can see input signals, output signal, serial parallel conversion, parallel serial conversion, signal detection. The signal vector sent by the sender is X. The signal vector received by the receiver is R, and the active noise of the signal is Z. The data link terminal converts the high-speed data stream through a series and forms a low-speed parallel data stream, which is simultaneously transmitted through N antennas on the same frequency band. In nature, there is a multipass effect in the channel, and the signal reaches the receiving end through various fading, and the receiving end recovers the original data stream from the obtained signals. Under the condition of constant signal bandwidth and transmitting power, the system capacity is significantly improved. Three-part signal detection algorithm, ZF detection algorithm, MMSE detection algorithm, ZF-based sorting serial interference elimination detection algorithm. In the data link system, a reasonable signal detection algorithm can be designed, and the spectral separation can be used to eliminate the interference and the noise between the sending end and the receiving end, so as to minimize the transmission rate and increase the capacity of the system. Zero-forcing algorithm is the simplest detection, and is effective. Its idea is to use the breaking matrix to enhance the received signal vector nearly, and finally defect the received signal to obtain the sender signal vector. Zero-forcing detection algorithm is simple in implementation and low in computational complexity. The multi-stream interference between signals is eliminated, but the noise is amplified. The formulas are shown below. When the receiving vector is R, finally the result is like this. MMSE detection algorithm. The function amplifies the noise during detection. MMSE takes advantage of the statistical characteristics of noise to optimize the zero-forcing algorithm. that is, to minimize the minimum mean square error. The formulas are shown. We can see MMSE, the FOSIC detection algorithm. First data follow estimate, second, last fourth. The F detection algorithm is a one-time detection progress by multiplying the inverse matrix of the channel matrix by the left, without considering the influence of the detection order of different line on the detection. The sorted serial interference elimination method doesn't calculate all the solution vectors at one time, but achieves the solution of each line by sorting and line by line detection. Theoretically, the best detection order is that the large signal-to-noise ratio, SNR, the more sub-vector is detected first. The main idea of the FOSIC detection algorithm is to firstly detect the sub-vector in the maximum subline of SNR, then detect the interference caused by this vector from the received signal, and then sort iteratively to complete the detection of the whole signal. The signal detection algorithm of each line appoints the F detection algorithm. For simulation analysis and results, this section simulates the MIMO detection algorithm of serial interference cancellation in multi-antenna data link system. The analog channel is the relay channel. The noise on the receiving antenna is random and follows the independent distribution of their mean. From the picture, there are two antennas at the transmitter and two at the receiver. The modulation modes are QPSK and BPSK respectively, and the detection performance of the two modulation modes is very close. Compared with the F detection algorithm, MMSE detection algorithm has better performance. According to theoretical analysis, the F algorithm is offset by the interference between different antennas, separates the different algorithms of data flow, but has amplified noise, while MMSE algorithm considered the effect of noise and interference between antennas, makes the detection results of the receiver and transmitting between the minimum error in statistical sense. Therefore, the performance of MMSE detection is generally better than the F detection on the whole. But the calculation of MMSE algorithm is large and the complexity is high. After sorting those two algorithms respectively, nearly the FOSIC and MMSE OSIC, it can be seen that their detection performance is superior to the F algorithm and MMSE algorithm, and MMSE OSIC algorithm is the best. From the picture, we can see the number of transmitting and receiving antennas is at times at respectively, and the modulation mode is QPSK and BPSK. The beta error rate in QPSK modulation mode is better than that in BPSK modulation mode. The beta error rate of ZF-OSRC and MMSE-OSRC is much better than that of algorithm ZF and MMSE respectively. When the SNR is greater than 10 dB, the effect of ZF-OSRC and MMSE-OSRC is more obvious. The higher is the SNR is, the lower the beta error rate of the detection of both is. In a word, MMSE-OSRC has the best detection performance. Conclusion. In the design of data link and MIMO technology is introduced into it, and the system model is multi-antenna data link is given. The model uses MIMO spatial multiplexing technology to send data stratified and set out through different antennas. After independent subchannel feeding, through theoretical analysis, the system capacity of the data link and is improved. Thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tang Zhengyu, come from Heilongjiang University of Science and Technology. This paper is detection algorithm of compressed sine signal in gsm-mimo system. I will introduce this from those 4 parts. The first part, I will introduce the background. Recently, many MIMO systems is pretty structure, and compressed sine technology enable data processing at a low sample rate. Combine the compressed sine technology with the MIMO system, we can study the detection and transmission technology to improve those effectively. So this research will be mean and value. The first benefit, it will be reduce hardware simple cost. The compressed sine can remotely randomly extract last state from signal to reconstruct the ordinary signal, so it will reduce the cost. Secondly, compressed sine can using separately to reduce complex, for example, multi-user detection, so it will be improve detection effectively. Last, it will reduce operator cost. The development of generalized separate modulation MIMO system has improved the energy consumption of multi-link. So whenever domestic or abroad, there are many related research. As we all know, the traditional algorithm has the ZF and MMSE algorithm, and recently they have a kind of grading algorithm. This algorithm is divided in 2 steps. At the first, the most likely transmit antenna security number are detected by combining the maximum rate or receiving signal angle. In the second step, the maximum likelihood detection is used for the few candidate antennas detected in the first step. But those algorithms both no use the character of separate, and compressed sine can use. It's in MIMO system, the OMP algorithm is many application, but the compressed scene detector, the performance are still needed to improve. So in the second part, we will learn the system model. At first, we need to learn something about gsm-mimo system. It's different the normal MIMO system. The separating modulation information bit block is mapped into two information bare units. First is separating symbols, and another is signal symbols. Only one or a few alternators are activated during transmission, which reduces the number of links, provides the possibility of reducing the hardware cost of the receiving end, and has more development advantage. So we learn the gsm-mimo system model and then study the compressed scene model. So we can draw the conclusion, the combine model like this. We will study the detect algorithm in this combined models. So in the third part, I will introduce the algorithm, the detailed step, and simulation. First, we need to clear the application conditions. In the gsm-mimo system, we need to learn the measure value and separating the relationship. In general, if the number of value is 4 times separated, the recurring algorithm performance can be guaranteed. And secondly, according to the rule RIP, we can write the number of transmit and receiving antennas to limit the active antennas. If the gsm-mimo system is satisfied those conditions, so we can use the compressed sensing. And in compressed sensing, recurring algorithm have many shortcomings. We sample like this. First, OMP algorithm is a single automatic clone selection with many iteration and slow speed. And then SWOMP algorithm is through short selection. There are overestimation in the later stage of iteration, and both of them are easy to select the wrong automatic sequence and can't be eliminated, which will affect the recurring probability. So according to those, we improve the algorithm from 2 aspects. The first is in the early stage of selection, we're using the through short selection to increase recurring speed, and in the later, we using the maximum correlation clone is to select a small step to avoid overestimation. And another is we add the step, the second week through short choose to eliminate the wrong clone and improve the recurring probability. So in the gsm-mimo system, the detection algorithm generally will be like this. We will using the recurring algorithm to silence the active antenna number, and finally we use the MMSE to detect the antenna number that retains the closed and satisfy the separity symbol. The stop condition will have 2 conditions. The first case is the noise measurement value under the ideal condition, and another case is there is no qualified automatic clone in the circular selection. So the algorithm detail will be like this. First, we update the residue, then conclude the correlation. Using this, we will perform the first selection. If the number of set satisfies the condition, we will measure the support to conclude a new estimate. Using the estimate, we will perform the circular silence. If satisfy the stop condition, we will using the MMSE algorithm to final estimate. If not satisfy the stop condition, we will continue to interpolation. The difference with the recurving algorithm is that the estimate value of the step position is no longer to store in the early stage. The secondary condition set need to silence according to severity modulation of active alternators. In the simulation part, we first analyze the coefficient of the second weak silence. We set the 3 different values to observe the performance. When we can see the result from this picture. When the number of simple point and spreadiness are constant, the recurring probability of the 0.5 algorithm proposed in this paper is higher. And then we simulate the whole algorithm. This picture is a trade of the BER of MIMO, ZF, MMSE, OMP algorithm, and the improved algorithm with the same signal to noise ratio when the number of active alternators is unknown, and using the QPSK modulation. This simulation results show that the BER of the proposed algorithm is lower than the ZF, MMSE, and OMP algorithm, and more close to the performance of ML algorithm. The algorithm proposed in this paper can reduce the error rate and have a lower floor at the same time. And finally, we analyze the complex. We can write the formula of all kinds of algorithm like this, and we set the different number of active alternators in 2 and 3 to observe the complex the performance. The result will be like this table. And in this table, we can see that the MMSE and the ZF is those complex are no relationship with the number of active alternators, and our proposed algorithm, the complex is lower than ML, MMSE, and ZF algorithm, but it have a little higher than OMP algorithm. And in the last part, we will conclude this paper. Our paper mainly proposed the algorithm to detection the algorithm in gsm-mimo system. This algorithm is mainly divided into 2 steps. The first step is to use the severity of the structure to detect the accuracy of the position set and the space antenna using the reconstruct algorithm. The second step is to use the linear detection MMSE to final detect. The algorithm to demodulate the simple on the set of position can obtain the performance closer to the maximum likelihood detection algorithm. and its complex is close to linear detection algorithm. Compared with traditional linear algorithm, the final performance is improved in both complex and bit error rate performance. Compared with OMP algorithm, it sacrifices a certain degree of complex to reduce the bit error rate, so that there is a balance between complex and detection performance. That's this algorithm it can release our first proposal. That's all. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Weixing. I'm from Dalian Polytechnic University. The topic of my presentation is study on 3D reconstruction of plant root phenotype based on XCT technique. This is the paper outline. My presentation will include 6 parts. First, the background of our research. Second, the experimental method we have proposed in the paper. Second, root image analysis. Fourth, LCM algorithm. Fifth, analysis and discussion. And the last, some conclusions we have got. First, introduction and background. This is my research background. The change of the global climate in recent years influences the adaptability of plant roots to the soil environment. Detecting the plant roots in the original soil environment without destruction and moving them, and analyzing, processing, and reconstructing the root image requires the environmental of technology. This is the research topics. The research topic is in situ non-destructive measurement of roots in soil and instructive of root characteristic from in situ root CT images. This is root of high throughput HTP root phenotype study. In the past 2 years, with the repeat development of plant phenotype high throughput detection technology has been gradually optimized and applied in the field of plant phenotype detection. The research rules after this article is roughly divided into the following 3 parts. The first part is high throughput root phenotype XCT imaging system. The second part is CT image data analysis of plant root phenotype with the high throughput. The third part is 3D reconstruction of CT images of high throughput plant root phenotypes. Let me introduce experimental method. Let me introduce X-ray CT imaging. Preliminary studies at home and abroad have shown that it is completely feasible to image plant roots using XCT. XCT imaging has a good imaging effect for complex spatial structures where plant roots are shielded from each other and cross each other. In recent years, XCT non-destructive testing has been successfully applied in the field of botany and other measurement. Let me introduce linear attenuation coefficient and CT number. XCT imaging uses X-ray to concrete a tomography image of an object's interior. Since some of the X-ray attenuation occurs when the X-ray penetrates the object, X-ray imaging is essentially the imaging of linear attenuation coefficient. So, in CT applications, the linear attenuation coefficient mu is not very descriptive and depends to the large extent on X-ray exponential energy. Therefore, the CT number needs to be calculated relative to the attenuation of water. The data set generated by CT imaging technology is usually composed of CT values. It is defined as the X-ray attenuation coefficient of an object minus the water X-ray attenuation coefficient divided by the water attenuation coefficient and then multiplied by 1000. This is CT number formula. In this formula, mu is attenuation coefficient of X-ray. The ultimate goal of CT image reconstruction is to serve the mu value of each voxel. This is the mu. The mu is linear attenuation coefficient. So, I think this is a critical approach about 3D reconstruction of plant root phenotype based on XCT technique. This small space is regarded as the soup and 3D image data after the XCT scan. Okay, now you can see the figure shows the tomographic image data obtained by XCT imaging. Let me introduce root image analysis. In this picture, I will tell you image feature of the root. Among the data obtained from the three-dimensional imaging of the plant root phenotypes based on XCT technology, root analysis is a critical and hot CT image processing problem that needs to be correctly served. In the figure, the red circles indicate root characteristics, and the blue circles may be not root characteristic or other substance in the soil. This is the image space is root or not root. The red circle is root and the blue circles may be not root. In this picture, I want to introduce fuzzy clustering image segmentation. In this study, the method of the medical CT image segmentation will used to perform fuzzy clustering segmentation of non-invasive soil root CT images. In this part, let me introduce FCM algorithm. In the fuzzy clustering algorithm, the FCM algorithm is also known as the fuzzy C-means algorithm, which is an improved algorithm compared with the traditional algorithm. The specific steps of the FCM algorithm are shown in the figure below. The first step is that, given the number of the target clustering, fuzzy factor, and threshold, the membership degrees is initialized. And continue the next step. Calculate the cluster center. And the next step, update memory shape and reconclude it. The absolute value of subtracting the new memory shape from the old is less than the threshold. If it doesn't work, go this way until it works. And the last step, each pixel of the image is classified to complete the segmentation. This part, analysis and discussion. In this paper, we perform 10 times, 30 times, and 50 times fuzzy operation on the obtained in situ root CT image by MATLAB. The obtained segmentation maps as in this picture. In this figure, it concludes 3 parts: the first part, the second part, and the third part. The first part, A, D, and G, are CT image of the root in situ. The second part is that B, E, and H are the clustering results of the FCM algorithm 10, 30, and 50 times respectively. The third part is C, F, and I are the result of the FCM algorithm 10, 30, and 50 times respectively. As we can see from the figure, the fuzzy clustering segmentation, commonly used in medicine, can segment the root figures in the CT images from the in situ root of soil to a certain extent. According to the transverse comparison in figure, it is found that fuzzy clustering segmentation based on CT image of in situ root can segment the characteristics of plant roots within a certain fuzzy threshold. But some problems of the complex structure of soil meadow are also exposed. From the vertical comparison in figure, it can be seen that the processing diagram generated by multiple fuzzy clustering segmentation still fails to separate root characteristics to a large extent, which exposed the problem of basic imaging equipment. There are 2 problems that can be improved in the future. One is complex structure of soil media. The other is basic imaging equipment. The last conclusion. This is my conclusion. In this paper, using XCT technology to in situ non-destructive imaging of plant roots to obtain in situ root CT images. Using medicine commonly use the fuzzy clustering segmentation method for feature extraction. Through 10 times, 30 times, 50 times, found that the result of the funny arithmetic of single fuzzy clustering FCM segmentation algorithm can be implemented for in situ root feature extraction and segmentation of CT images. I think in the future, to extract root characteristic accurately and with high quality, the segmentation algorithm of CT images of in situ roots should be further optimized to make the data analysis of phenotypic images of high throughput plants more accurate and stable. So I want to say something. I think due to the limitations of the research and development of the high-throughput route CT image imaging system. High-throughput route CT image processing will remain the bottleneck of the new development of plant root phenotype for a long time to come. The high-throughput ArcCT plant root phenotypic imaging system only completed the collection of root phenotypic data. So, as an intermediary link, how to analyze the root characteristic from the huge root image database obtained. The phenotypic classification obtained through image analysis further understands the morphological structures and functional process of plants, and it can find out useful information for plant phenotyping. That's all that matters. That's all for my presentation. If you have any question, please feel free to contact me. Here is my email address. That's all. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I come from Heilongjiang University of Science and Technology, Harbin, China. It's my pleasure to attending this meeting and communicating with everyone. Today, the topic I want to introduce is the research and implementation of image style conversion algorithm based on deep convolutional neural network. The first is introduction. The image style conversion is a technology that extracts the image content contained in one image and the image style contained in the other model for synthesis. It then formed a new model, which can be widely used in animation production, advertising design, mobile photograph processing, and other fields. Before the rise of deep learning, the image style conversion models used by people were difficult to meet the actual needs, and the synthesized image were relatively rough. With the development of computer technology deep learning, the convolutional neural network was adopted to image style conversion and get better results. Its basic principle is that by establishing loss function of making image between style image and loss function of generating image between the content image, import the neural network model for training. Finally, produces vivid and better visual effect image through the optimization iteration. Realizing image style conversion requires building. A new model should be built established on the deep convolutional neural network for training. The purpose of using a pre-trained convolutional neural network is to save time and space costs. As the convolutional layer gets deeper and deeper, the higher accuracy of image feature extraction. The pre-trained VGG19 convolutional neural network model is adopted in this paper, and its underlying architecture has been shown in Figure 1. to determine the state layer and content layer in the convolutional network layer, and establish the loss function, it is necessary to reconstruct the feature information extracted from each segment. As shown in Figure 2, by comparing the reconstruction results of the first layer of convolution and the origin image that are almost the same, also the second layer, until the results of the third and the fourth layer are relatively fuzzy. The fifth layer convolutional reconstruction results can distinguish is a monkey. Until the seventh layer, the characteristics of the origin image are indistinct, cannot identify completely. The neural network learned more and more general information. In this paper, the content loss function of the image is established in the slightly fuzzy fourth layer, which saves a lot of high-frequency components. The image style loss function is set from segment 1 to layer 5 to ensure the image style conversion results are smoother and the style features are permanent. Firstly, the process of image characteristics extraction by VGG19 convolutional network is compared with image style conversion. The purpose of the VGG19 convolutional network is to extract the feature information from the input image and output the image category. But in the application of image style conversion, it is necessary to use the middle feature of the VGG19 convolutional layer to restore the original image corresponding to these characteristics. In other words, the image style conversion is exactly the opposite of VGG19. The input is these characteristics, and the output image corresponds to these characteristics. The content loss function. The content loss function is the difference of image's content. Image characteristics are extracted from the pre-training network, can be compared instead of the direct comparison between images. Features can be recorded as higher dimensional pictures, so the better results can be achieved by using image features comparison. The X represents an arbitrary input picture. Then, CNX can stand for a set of collections of input images characteristics of each layer, which is extracted through preliminary training network. For example, Y is another picture. We can define the content loss function of the two photos in the air layer by using Formula 1. In the equation, fxli represents the elements of the expansion vector from the characteristics collection of the air layer. The definition of style loss function of the style image is not as intuitive as the definition of content loss. So we need to introduce a green matrix to represent the image style, and then calculate the style loss function. Green ij have been obtained, showing Formula 2, and the style loss function has been shown in Formula 3. Model establishment. After selecting the content layer and the state layer, the content loss function and the state loss function need to be added to the VGG19 convolutional network for pre-training. The specific implementation process has been divided into two parts. In the first part, the pre-trained VGG19 network segment is named for comparison with the content layer and the display layer. The second part takes the content loss function and the loss function in content layer and the style layer. Steps are as follows. If statement charges the layer named in the first part with the contents of the select layer. If in the content layer, add content after the layer loss function, and add the layer to the content of network loss. In the same way, judge the name layer in the layer style, if the loss function is added after the layer style. Loss of the network will be added to the layer style. After such a complete network structure is traversed, a new network model of image style conversion is constructed. It has been shown in Figure 3. This page is model training. The style conversion output image is obtained by model training. After the model training is completed, the style image and the content image are imported into the model. The style loss and the content loss are cyclically calculated, and the style loss and content loss are weighted. And then the gradient is used, decreasing the backpropagation update parameters to minimize the loss function through optimization iterations, and finally output the style conversion image. This page, let's talk about results and the evaluation. In terms of the evaluation of the effect of image style conversion, there are two main evaluation methods, namely subjective evaluation and objective evaluation. In subjective evaluation, the main factors that lead to the effect of a picture are each person's personal preferences and the evaluation methods, and can also be compared with other experimental results to analyze the quality of the experimental results. In objective evaluation, you can compare the output picture effect by comparing the size of content loss and style loss when the number of iterations is the same. Subjective evaluation of different weights. Subjective evaluation of different weights. In this paper, the personal evaluation is obtained by adjusting the different weights in the loss function. Figure 5 is the style image, and Figure 6 is the content image. You can see when the weight of the loss is different, the degree of image information, content, and style conversion that have been retained can be controlled, so that more content or style-oriented images can be obtained, showing Figure 7. I will stay on this page for a minute. On this page, let's talk about objective evaluation and the different deep learning frameworks. By using two different deep learning frameworks, TensorFlow and PyTorch, under the same number of iterations, the time used and the effect of the output image were compared to achieve the objective evaluation. Finger 10 is generated by the TensorFlow deep learning framework, and Finger 11 is made by the PyTouch deep learning framework, both of which have 2000 iterations. From the comparison of the output image effect, it can be concluded that the image color retention effect of PyTouch deep learning box is better than that of the TensorFlow deep learning frame, which retains the feeling of style images well more. Meanwhile, the comparison of output efficiency under the two frameworks is shown in Table 1. It can be seen that with the same number of iterations, the PyTouch framework has a relatively small amount of computation, so it has faster operation speed and a lower CPU proportion. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. That's all I have brought to you. Finally, thank you for your listening.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to give an explanation here. As a student whose major is communication engineering, I'd like to introduce a communication technology method today. The communications model and performance analysis of frequency modulation concreteness data on the orthogonal Weixing. As the PPT shows, my presentation is mainly divided into 4 parts. Firstly, let me introduce the communication technology briefly. As the mainstream of the binary the communication technology, the TCSK does not need trickle information and spread structure called sync, but data transmission rate is low, which is difficult to meet the application requirements of high-speed, high-quality data transmission. Therefore, the multi-agreed the communication with the multiple information bit secret by each symbol has gradually become the focus of scholars. In the Article 7, a multi-agreed QCSK communication model is proposed based on the DCSK. QCSK adopts 4 phases on the orthogonal modulation to increase the data transmission rate to 2 times of DCSK. In the Article 8, A multi-agree CTC communication model is prepared by combining CTSK with QCSK. Data transmission rate can be 4 times that of DCSK and 2 times that of QCSK. However, due to the bit error is unstable, which leads to increase of bit error rate caused by decision problem. Based on above analysis, this paper proposes a multi-agree FMCD-QCSK communication model. The model is by frequency modulation, so that each symbol has the same bit agree. Then, simulations analyze based on the gas white noise channel as the relay channel. Finally, combined with the multi-agree synchronous communication system QCSK and CTQCSK. Next, let me introduce FMCD-QCSK communication model. FMCD-QCSK emission model is shown in figure. FMCD-QCSK modulation of functional information signal is mainly based on frequency modulation, trickle signal, and orthogonal signal. The FMCD-QCSK resulting model is shown in figure. The received signal is correlated with its delayed signal. Next, let me introduce FMCD-QCSK simulation analysis. Bit error rate performance of FMCD-QCSK are the different spring factor of one channel is shown in figure. When signal noise ratio is less than 4 dB, the bit error rate performance of FMCD-QCSK system is similar under different M values. When signal noise ratio is larger than 4 dB, the spring factor increases, which leads to the decrease of the bit error rate performance of the system. Therefore, there is optimal M values per month setting. bit error rate performance of FMCD QCSK are the different signal noise ratio in one channel is shown in figure. Results show the bit error rate decrease with the increase of signal noise ratio. Then, under the condition of correcting signal noise ratio, the obtained bit error rate performance of FMCD QCSK system will be obtained by properly setting the spraying factor. Comparison of the bit error rate performance between FMCD QCSK and QCSK in one channel is shown in figure. When signal noise ratio is less than 16 dB, the bit error rate of the FMCD QCSK system is fainter than the of the QCSK and CD QCSK and different M values. Bit error rate performance of FMCD QCSK are the different spread structure factor in the relay channel is shown in figure. When signal noise ratio is less than 4 dB, FMCD QCSK has similar bit error rate performance are the different M values. When signal noise ratio is longer than 4 dB, the bit error rate performance of system is improved with the increase of spreader structure factor. Comparison of bit error rate performance of FMCD QCSK in one channel and relay channel is shown in figure. Bit error rate performance of FMCD QCSK in junction channel is close to 0. Bit error rate performance of FMCD QCSK in relay fading channel is higher than in junction channel, and the attenuation is slower. Therefore, bit error rate performance of the system in junction channel is obviously better. Comparison of bit error rate performance between FMCD QCSK, CD QCSK, and QCSK in relay channel is shown in figure. When it is larger than 10 dB, with the increase of signal noise ratio, the bit error rate of FM CTC is faster, and the advantages of bit error rate are more and more obvious. So bit error rate performance of FM CTC system in relay channel is better than of CTC and QCSK. Finally, closure. This paper process a new FM CTC multi-agreed channel communication model. Using FM modulation to make each symbol has equal bit error. The bit error rate is reduced while ensuring high-speed transmission of information. Compared with CTC and QCSK, FM CTC has better communication performance and can FM CTC better meet the high quality and high speed application the requirements of the wireless communication. Thank you. This is the end of my speech.
Hello everyone. I'm one of the authors of the paper 294231. My name is Wang Jinpeng. I'm an associate professor of Dalian Polytechnic University, China. On behalf of my cooperation authors, I would like to report and share our research area. And today my topic is about multicast routing algorithm under the delay-restricted network environment. This is my outline today. The presentation is divided to 6 parts. Firstly, in the left figure is the traditional cellular networks. In these networks, there is one base station and a large cellulars. The way of the traditional networks is coordinate. So there is a leader in the networks called base station. It leads all the wireless to communicate. And the right figure is the new networks. We call it multi-hop, also called it ad hoc networks. We found from the figure that there are no base station, just a lot of wireless ports. So the way of the new networks is to operate I mean, all the wireless communication port is equal to cooperative communication. Then, in this page, we illustrate the 2-dimension and 3-dimension feeding channel. The left is the 2-dimension feeding channel, and the right a 3-dimension feeding channel in the mobile communication system. Both of them we can find some deep feeding. In our article, we investigate that nowadays a lot of people want to get very high data rate, so at least very large peak transmit power. We should reduce the cellular size. So there are some problems, in fact. The first one, the most important thing to a delay-constrained Stirner problem is to address the cost optimization multicast tree under the delay-restricted environment. Once every receiving end separately send the data packets, the network resources intend to be wasted, and the calculating stress on the nodes is also going to be increased. Consequently, there are also two objectives in our paper. This method should achieve a converse speed and support dynamic multicast, and then this algorithm can offer the pretty good network overhead performance. So, a multicast routing algorithm under the delay-restricted network environment is proposed in the article. Firstly, the mathematical model for the delay-restricted multicasting route problem is described. We suppose a graph G. Every edge E has its own two weight power functions, CE and DE. Inside DE symbolizes the positive and overhead of the link E, and DE expresses the delay, which is taken for transmitting message over the link E. Once the condition which the delay constraint is met, the network overhead of the tree could be minimized as below. Just like the Formula 1 shows. In above, that is a positive real number representing the boundaries of delay constraints, and PSY being the path from the source node S to the destination node Y in the multicast tree. Now, I will describe the algorithm steps. Based on the MPH arithmetic, the MPH algorithm is proposed in this paper, and its main idea is about, in the networks, there is not going to be many paths to DI to meet the delay requirement in common. If the shortest delay time from the source NS to the destination NDI is somewhat close to the upper limit of delta, just like the table 1 shows, a data structure of T2D. Before describing the DMPH method, a tree to destination data structure T2D are used. The table T2D has absolutely value D rows. Every row has 5 columns: DI, D2D point cost, D2D point trend route, D2D point order, and D2D point tag. Parameter dy represents the path delay from source node S to the node V in the multicast tree and is kept as an information for each node V in the tree. Now, I will describe the algorithm steps in detail. The method can be described as below. There are 5 steps in our algorithm. Firstly, to initialize the table T2D, the tag of every destination node is set to be null, and the trend node of each axis and be in S. Secondly, to assume E equal to S phi, and I equal 1, established a shortest overhead path PDS, which meets the delay requirement from DI to S. Third, to assume that the access node from DI to the tree is UI for every node on the newly added path PUD. Fourth, let I equal I plus 1 and start from step 4 if the T2D point tag is yes. Finally, to keep the operation, if I don't equal absolute D, then go to the step 3. The algorithm will not stop until I equal absolute D. So, from the algorithm above, the method DMPH is completely distributed. The source node only takes the responsibility for adding D1 into the multicast tree, and the rest of routes will be done by other nodes. Now, I will illustrate how to add and queue the nodes from the networks. When a node DQ requests to be added into the current multicast group, there are 2 situations. If DQ is the standard node of the multicast tree, except the source node and the destination node, no additional operation is needed to be performed. But if DQ is not on the multicast tree, the node DQ sends a request packet to the source node S. After the source node S receives the all required packets feed packet, the node which is closest to DQ under the delay restriction will be found and added into. On the other hand, how to quit the nodes from the networks? The treatment for the quitting of the nodes is very easy. Just like the adding nodes, there are also 2 situations. Firstly, if the quitting node is not the left node, there is no operation. But if the quitting node is the left node, then this node and its upstream node will be deleted. And then the node and its upstream node will be deleted until it meets a multicast node or a node with more than 2 degrees. Now, let's have a see our simulation and analysis. The figure 1 shows a graph with 18 ends. The parameter of each edge is, and the source node is 1, and its destination node side is 7, 14, 16, and 18. From the right figures, figure 1 and figure 3 are the calculating results under the delay constriction delta equal 9 and delta equal 25 respectively. The tree overhead is 86 and 65, and the maximum delay from the source node S to the destination D is 8 and 12. Finally, I would like to conclude our paper. The delay restriction multipath heuristic method DMPH has the following characters. Firstly, it has 4 advantages. They are: it is completely distributed, and it has fast convergence, dynamic multicast support, and is able to achieve the good performance over the network overhead. But at the same time, it also has some disadvantage, because we just address the operation of the addition and quit of the node and the dynamic varying of the multicast group, but not concerned about the overhead optimal. This is our future work. Oh, that's all. Thank you for your time and attention. Thanks again.
Hello, dear teachers and partners. It's a great honor to introduce my paper here. I'm the lecturer, Zhu Dan. Next, I'll report my paper. Research on multidisciplinary museum lighting design's emotional response to visitors. A case study of Dalian Modern Museum. This report is mainly divided into the following 6 points. Research background, research method, research date, emotional response level, subjective evaluation, and conclusion. Firstly, let me introduce my background of this research. As a carrier of cultural exchange, the museum's lighting environment greatly affects the visitor's viewing experience. At the same time, it is also a functional facility. Its main purpose is to display, educate, and spread culture. The rationality of lighting design is an important indicator to measure the level of museum construction. The object of this study is Dalian Modern Museum. As shown in the right picture, the research area is mainly divided into parts: non-display space and display space. The display space and the non-display space have their own evaluation indexes, and the indicators are evaluated for different emotional responses. The lighting in the museum not only meets the visual requirements of tourists, but also make tourists feel comfortable and enjoy during the visit of the museum. The psychological experience of museum visit and the emotional and educational significance to the visitors need to be conveyed. Therefore, a suitable lighting condition needs to be determined by combining space theory and optical indicators in a multidisciplinary way. And the next part is research method. The picture on the right shows the survey area. This experiment mainly explores the factors that affect tourists' emotional through a combination of subjective evaluation and objective evaluation. Objective experimental data mainly test the relevant partners of the lighting in the display area, such as illuminance, color temperature, color rendering index, and the size of the exhibition space. In subjective evaluation, we invite tourists to complete a subjective questionnaire survey. The survey object is to randomly select visitors and the museum site. The objective experimental data is combined with the purpose of and route of tourists in the subjective questionnaire survey to analyze, so as to determine the most appropriate lighting environment when visiting the museum. The third part is research data, and the figure 1 is museum visit process for general visitors, and the figure 2 represents visitors' purpose. It's mainly divided into 6 parts. 1. To satisfy a general interest or curiosity. 2. To accompany children, partner, and friends. 3. Because it is one of the city's main attractions. 4. To see things I have a particular interest in. 5. To take time out from the stresses of daily life. 6 is multiple seasons given. First, let me introduce the sense of education exhibition hall.
The education exhibition hall is a non-display hall, whose main function is to learn about Dalian culture and the creation of culture and art. Therefore, the whole exhibition hall adopts natural lighting and artificial lighting. This method not only ensures that the illuminance level reaches the corresponding standard, but also ensures the appropriateness of the color rendering index. The next is Modern Life Exhibition Hall. Modern Life Exhibition Hall, which mainly relies on trackmental highlight lamps for lighting, and the average illuminance is 16 lux, and the color temperature is 1310. And next area is Modern Military Exhibition Hall. The lamps used in the modern military exhibition hall are LED panels and mantle highlight lamps, and the average illumination is 20.6 lux. And the last area is street exhibition area. The light source of street display area is panel light and LED guide rail spotlight. The average value is 9.5 lux, and the illumination uniformity is 0.625. Next, the following is a summary of this part. The 1 represents Education Exhibition Hall. The 2 represent Modern Life Exhibition Hall. 3 represent Modern Military Exhibition Hall. The 4 represent Street Exhibition Area. The mainly test target is divided into 3 parts: illuminance, color temperature, and color rendering index. First, let me introduce the illuminance. In the 4 exhibition hall, only one is relatively standard. The illuminance of the other 3 exhibition halls is usually low. The details and texture clarity of the exhibitions cannot be well guaranteed. The 2, 3, and 4 color temperature, the 2, 3, 4 is at a low color temperature level, which will make the tourist have a heavy and depressing mood in the process of visiting. And for color rendering index, the Modern Life Exhibition Hall is a series of clothes such as rich silk fabrics, so high color temperature and high overall color rendering index. At the same time, the main lighting fixture in the exhibition area are mantle highlight lamps with guide rails, and the audio is normal. For 6 and 4, LED lighting is mainly used, and the audio value and overall color rendering index are lower. The next part is emotional response level. The emotional index was found into 12 items index, where each index go to rated, construct different illumination environment experimental conditions. The score is mainly divided into 3 levels: it's excellent, good, and normal, and each level has 2 points. In the part of 5 is subjective evaluation.
The subjective evaluation is carried out by inviting jurors to fill in a questionnaire on the spot, which is reliable. More than 20 people's data were collected. The exhibition area includes education exhibition hall, modern life exhibition hall, modern military exhibition hall, and street exhibition area. Through subjective measurement data, tau index can be calculated, such as last paper. And some scores were calculated, such as the size of real color, the color preference of lighting source, the detailed expression of exhibits, the visual adaptability, and the pleasure of reading. According to each evaluation, the scores of 4 levels are obtained: excellent, good, medium, and poor. And my last part is conclusion. Through the experiment of Dalian Modern Museum, we can draw 2 conclusions. 1. The purpose of visitors is directly related to the size of the space. For different tourist purposes, most tourists who want to visit science spot or accompany their relatives and friends will complete the whole tour process. Meanwhile, visit time is short, as most of them are willing to stay in small space and exhibition-intensive area. For decompression tourists, they will spend more time to go to places with large space, rather than choose to go to museum stores. They will be more excited for visitors who visit the designated exhibits and satisfy their curiosity. They usually go directly to the designated exhibits, and follow-up visits are slow. And the same illumination conditions, some special color rendering index audio value of LED, as the main light source are low or negative, which is due to the inherent defect of the low proportion of red band of LED lighting source. And with the improvement of LED light source efficiency, the reduction of red part will be more serious in this place with low audio value. So most tourist comfort and viewing experience will decrease. And okay, the above is my report. Thanks every teacher. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Ziwei. I'm from Heilongjiang University of Science and Technology. I'm very pleased to be here to join this forum. The topic of my presentation is short-term wind power prediction based on Wavelet transform and BP neural network. My presentation will include these 5 parts. First, introduction. Second, the specific process steps of wind power prediction by BP neural network. Third, explore wind power forecasting method based on Wavelet neural network. Fourth, carries on simulation in MATLAB, and the last, conclusions. First, introduction. With the threat of environmental problems and fossil energy depletion becoming more and more serious, wind energy has been paid more and more attention. Wind power, the main form of wind energy use, has been growing rapidly in recent years. But in the utilization of wind energy, the randomness and fluctuation of wind speed will lead to the instability of wind turbine output, and the power quality cannot be guaranteed accurate. Wind power forecasting can solve the problems of grid connection and reduce operation costs of wind power plant. According to the meteorological data of wind speed, wind direction, temperature, humidity, and pressure, which can be obtained from the numerical weather prediction system. A wind power forecasting model based on Wavelet transform and neural network is proposed and simulated in this paper. Artificial neural network is a branch of artificial intelligence which develops rapidly in recent years. Its wide application in recent years shows its active vitality once again. It is proved that artificial neural network can be used in the fields of language recognition and automatic control. It can also be applied to prediction, evolution, and other aspects of accuracy. It is significantly better than recognition model. Artificial neural network is an adaptive linear dynamical system of thousands of neurons connected by a large number of simple processing units. The structure and function of each neuron is very simple. Its work is collective and its information transmission and storage is similar to that of the brain. It has no arithmetic unit, no memory unit, no controller, but only the same combine of processing unit. Its information is stored on connection keys between the processing unit, a physically resolvable system that mimics the structure and function of human brain neural cells. It has the characteristic of self-organization, self-adaptation, and self-learning, which are non-linear, non-local, non-stationary, and non-convex. In recent years, the theory of ANN has achieved satisfactory results in many fields. Neural network is the most representative and widely used ANN with simple structure and strong operability can simulate any nonlinear input-output layer relationship. Next, I would like to introduce the specific process and steps of wind power forecasting based on BP neural network. BP neural network algorithm is a reverse transmission algorithm of multi-layer feed-forward network simulation human brain neurons. In this algorithm, the two processes of signal forward transmission and error back propagation are carried out in a separating manner. To meet the conditions of error between the network output and the expected value. As shown as in Figure 1, the topology of BP neural network includes input layer, hidden layer, and output layer. The hidden layer may have a multi-layer structure. The main advantage of BP neural network is its strong non-linear mapping ability. Secondly, BP neural network has the ability of association memory for external stimuli and input information. Thirdly, BP neural network has strong ability to recognize and classify the external input symbols. Because of its strong nonlinear processing ability, It can be well used for nonlinear classification. In addition, BP neural network has the ability of optimization calculation. BP neural network is essentially a nonlinear optimization problem. It can find a set of parameters under known constraints to minimize objective function. In this paper, the numerical weather prediction is used as input data of the neural network. The weight coefficients of the neural network of different levels of abandonment. The model is applied to forecast the wind power based on future weather forecast data. The figure 2 illustrates the specific learning process of the BP neural network. First, a sample is taken from the training set and the information is fed into the network. The actual output of the neural network is obtained after the connection among nodes is processed layer by layer, and then the error between the actual output and the expected output of the network is calculated. The error is transmitted back to the previous layers, and the error signals is loaded on connection weight according to center principle, so that the connection weight of whole neural network is transformed to the direction of reducing the error. Finally, repeat the above steps for each input-output sample pair in training set until the error of the whole training sample set is reduced to the required level. But in the process of solving BP algorithm, it is easy to gradient descend along the error value and get into local optimum solution. According to the experimental simulation in the section 4 of this paper, the forecasting accuracy cannot meet the corresponding accuracy requirements only applying BP neural network algorithm. Next, I'd like to introduce the wind power forecasting method based on Wavelet neural network. Wavelet analysis method is developed for definitions of Fourier transform. It can obtain local time interval information. These equations are concerned with the principle of Wavelet transform. The decomposition and reconstruction of wavelet is to divide the wind power time series into n layers at different frequencies, and then get n high-frequency signal components and one approaching signal component. The figure 3 shows the topological mechanism of Wavelet neural network. The algorithm of BP neural network is easy to fall into the local optimal solution. In this paper, the method of wind farmer prediction using Wavelet neural network is studied. The actual power of each unit in center period of time is related to the power of unit in previous period, and its power has quasi-periodic characteristic in 24 hours to center extent. Wavelet decomposition can extract some predict and nonlinear characteristic of power system, and further refine them. According to the rule of each subsequence, the method of matching prediction is adopted. These equations are parameter correction process of Wavelet neural network. The weights and Wavelet basis function parameters of neural network are modified by gradient correction method, so that the predict output of the neural network is close to expected output. Because the Wavelet decomposition is a single sequence on different scales has different characteristics, so according to the chance in wind power generation to determine the matching forecasting method, the specific training process is as follows. First, initialize the expansion factor, wavelet function translation factor, and network connection weight, and set the network learning rate. The samples are divided into training samples and test samples. Then the training samples are input into the network. The network output is calculated, and the error between the network output and the actual output is calculated. According to the error connection network weight value and wavelet function parameters, the network prediction approximate to the actual value, and finally judge whether the algorithm is completed or not. If not, go back to the previous step. Part 4. Simulation in MATLAB. The simulation uses monthly weather data from a wind farmer in northern China, including numerical weather prediction and wind speed, and the numerical weather prediction including humidity, wind direction, atmospheric pressure, and temperature. The data was taken at a resolution of 15 minutes, and a total of 1,353 samples are collected. In this experiment, 1,633 data sets were used for training and 120 data sets were used for prediction. Figure 4 shows the results predicted directly by BP neural network. The result of experiment is shown in Figure 4. Because the model does not grasp the overall load in depth, does not take into account each time period of data change in the interval. Therefore, there is a big difference between wind power generation prediction and actual power generation. The prediction effort of Wavelet neural network model is better than the BP neural network. But when the actual power is small, the prediction effort of algorithm is ideal and fluctuates greatly. The Figure 5 shows the results predicted directly by BP neural network, and Figure 6 shows the results predicted by Wavelet neural network. It can be seen that the overall error of BP neural network prediction method is large. It doesn't usually measure up to predictions. The prediction error of Wavelet neural network is about 10%, and the total error is small. The last, conclusions. The Wavelet transform is used to decompose the wind power sequences with different frequencies, which can quickly extract the wind power characteristic information, and can be used as input data of a neural network prediction model. Using Wavelet to non-stationary signal has good time frequency analysis ability and non-linear mapping ability of BP neural network, can improve the precision of prediction model. That's all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Hello everyone. My name is Gao Qiaoli. The title of my paper is Transformer Fault Diagnosis Based on the BP Neural Network by Improved Apriori Algorithm. My report mainly includes background, main content, technical force, result analysis, and summary. The first background. There are two reasons for my research background. The first is safety. The other is intelligence. Safety consideration of power system security. Intelligence requirement for intelligent development. Power transformer is an important part of power system. First of all, with the continuous progress of science and technology in recent years, the power system is also developing in the direction of high voltage. Once the transformer breaks down, it often causes very serious consequences. Therefore, the safe and stable operation of power transformer is of great significance and to production and life. To diagnose the faults of power transformer, we can take effective measures in advance to avoid accidents and ensure the safety of production and life. So, it is necessary to diagnose the fault of power transformer consequently and quickly. Secondly, with the wide application of intelligent technology, the power system is also moving towards the direction of intelligent development. Therefore, more intelligent, more accurate, and faster requirements are put forward for power transformer fault diagnosis technology. This is safety and intelligence. The second main contents of the paper. Main contents. The first BP neural network. BP neural network is a modular feed-forward neural network which is trained by error backpropagation algorithm. It is an effective classification and recognition tool which can classify the fault types of transformer. BP neural network. The second, association rules and Apriori algorithm. Association rule is an important data meaning method and an unsupervised machine learning method. Apriori algorithm is the most widely used one. This is the association rules and Apriori algorithm. The third, rough set. The main characteristics of rough set are it does not need to provide subjective evaluation of knowledge or data, only based on the observation data. It can delete redundant information, compare incomplete knowledge roughness, define dependence and importance between attributes. This is a rough set. The third, technical force. Technical force. According to the research on the characteristics of a traditional a priori algorithm, it is found that the traditional a priori algorithm has its own defects. This paper combines the rough set algorithm with the a priori algorithm to get an improved a priori algorithm. In order to obtain a better speed effect of transformer fault detection, the base idea of the improved a priori algorithm is firstly, the rough set algorithm is used to process the original data to achieve the purpose of data reduction, and then the a priori algorithm is used to analyze the reduced data and generate frequent item sets and association rules. The transformer fault classification is realized. The specific progress is as follows. Follow this. The first is rough set algorithm. For a priori algorithm of social rules, training data for this. For confidence levels. For neural network weight, from Internet's BP neural network for simple data, for neural network with the and neural network model and simple set error. Simple set for yes or no. Yes for end, no for find out the value of error gradient. If the no find out the value error gradient for adjust with value of thresholds for neural network model for simple set error for yes or no, and the end if yes and end, if no for this. The fourth result analysis. Result analysis from this table. Method BP neural network. BP neural network with improved association rules. This is method. Classification accuracy. Classification accuracy. running time. It can be seen from this table. The average detection accuracy of improved Apriori algorithm for transformer fault diagnosis is 86.3 percent. The operation speed is 0.892 seconds. This is the running time. The average detection accuracy of BP neural network is 77.6%. And the operation speed is 1.365 seconds. This is the running time. The improved Apriori algorithm greatly reduce the detection error rates, improve the detection speed, overcome some programs exciting in the current transformer fault diagnosis progress, and reduce the harm caused by the transformer fault. This method has certain advantage. Follow this table, we can see very clean BP neural network. BP neural network with improved association rules. This is follow classification accuracy. This is running time, and the classification accuracy and the running time is very clean. This is the result analysis. The 5 summary. Traditional BP neural network algorithm has a wide region of applications, but there are also some defects and deficiencies. After the simulation experiment analysis, the traditional BP neural network and the BP neural network optimization association rule algorithm diagnosis results are compared. It is found that the optimization association rule BP neural network algorithm can effectively improve the accuracy of the transformer fault diagnosis, shorten the running time. This optimization algorithm has a certain guiding value for the research of transformer fault diagnosis technology. The end. I want to thank you. Thank my teacher for their teaching. Thank my classmates for their helping, and thank you for listening. Thank you very much. My paper is in. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, it is my great honor to introduce my research here. My name is Yuming Pei, an undergraduate master from Heilongjiang University of Science and Technology. Today, we will talk something about sub-synchronous oscillation in Wind-HVDC-Thermal boundary system. And I will introduce it from four parts as follows: the background of the research, the system modeling, the P-card simulation and its analysis, and the conclusion of the research. As we know, China boasts vast territory, abundant natural resource, and multiple people. For the electricity distribution, the West China is the source center, which owns abundant coal and new energy source. The East China is the load center, which possesses multiple factories, manufacturers, and densely population. But unbalanced people density, power distribution of the load and source entails electricity shortage in the East, while power redundant in the West. With high voltage direct current transmission technology improved in China, Wind-thermal bundling transmission strategy has been used to solve such inverse energy distribution problem. But to some limit operation states, it may occur sub-synchronous oscillation. So the stability of such system should take into account to ensure power delivery from the west to the east of China. And this is my main idea to do this research. Sub-synchronous oscillation is a type of stability problem that belongs to the electromechanical dynamic process. According to the different generating mechanism, the mainstream problem of sub-synchronous oscillation is divided into two categories: sub-synchronous resonance and sub-synchronous control interaction. And sub-synchronous resonance problems can be divided into three aspects according to their causes and effects. There are induction generator effects, sub-synchronous torsional interaction, and sub-synchronous transient torque amplification. The Wind-HVDC thermal boundary system contains four important parts: synchronous generator, high voltage direct current transmission system, doubly fed induction wind farm, and 222 kV equivalent infinite system. The shaft of the synchronous generator adopts Formas's block model, which rated power is 892.4 MVA. And the high-voltage direct current system consists of rectifier, inverter, and direct current cable, three aspects. And quasi-steady-state models are used to model the dynamic problem caused by direct current transmission system. The voltage-current relationship of rectifier, inverter, and direct current cable shows as follows. The wind farm includes wind turbine, gearbox, double-phase induction generator, and converter. The stator of double-phase induction generator directly connects to the grid, while the rotor connects to the grid through a converter. And the converter in the wind farm can adjust the power distribution and maintain the grid voltage by the control system, according to the operation state of double-phase induction generator. The rotor side converter (RSC) can adjust power distribution by controlling active power and reactive power, two parameters of the stator. While the grid side converter (GSC) can maintain the output of voltage on a stable state by controlling the grid voltage. According to the system of Part 2, we built a model by using Pisca software to simulate and analyze sub-synchronous oscillation characteristics of the system. And we study it from two influence factors: the length of direct current cable and the phenotype on the common coupling point bus. In the case 1, graphs of the active power, direct current voltage, and torque of different lengths are shown as follows. We can see that if the length equal to 100 km, the system operates in a steady state. And when the line extends 125 km and 200 km long from the graph, we can see that the voltage drop occurs in different grades of these two occasions, with power and torque attenuated oscillation. But when the length equal to 150 km, it occurs a severe power oscillation and voltage drop, and its torque graph indicates that there exists a large torque amplification on the shaft of the synchronous generator. So the system in this occasion induced sub-synchronous oscillation phenomena. In the case 2, when a single line to ground short circuit occurs on the common coupling point bus, it shows that the direct current voltage of the inverter drops to a low level. But 2 seconds later, it gets back to the normal state. And meanwhile, a 2 seconds period attenuated oscillation occurs on the generator output active power as well. When a symmetric short circuit occurs on the common coupling point bus, a severe torque amplification occurs on the shift of the synchronous generator, and different voltage drop degree occurs on the rectifier and inverter side of high voltage direct current system. But it shows that the direct current voltage finally reached to a new static state, and the torque presents an attenuated oscillation trend. From the case 1, we can find that a mismatched direct current cable parameter may cause the sub-synchronous oscillation in the thermal HVDC wind farm system. Because of the power shortage and direct current voltage drop, and transient torque amplification may occur as the first period of the oscillation. From the case 2, a fault occurs at the common coupling point bus can induce voltage drop and power oscillation, and the degree of the oscillation depends on the fault type on the common coupling point bus. But even at the most serious occasion, it can finally arrive at a new static state. In a word, high voltage direct current system can withstand sub-synchronous oscillation to some extent. This is the end of my research. Thanks for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. I am a first-year graduate student from Heilongjiang University of Science and Technology. My name is Dongni Zhang. Today, my topic is modeling and simulation of photovoltaic grid-connected system. The content of this presentation is divided into 4 parts. In the part 1, I will introduce the principles and current status of photovoltaic power generation. In the part 2, I will give the principles, methods, and applications of MPPT in photovoltaic power generation. Grid connected control strategy based on rotating coordinate system will be shown in the part 3. In the part 4, I will give an account of analysis of simulation results. Finally, I will make a conclusion. First, let us see the part 1, Introduction. With global warming and energy depletion, solar energy as an clean, renewable energy source has become the focus of many countries. The solar photovoltaic industry is one of the fastest growing and most stable fields in the world. Due to the subsidy policies of various countries, the cost of photovoltaic power generation has gradually decreased. In China, the number of grid-connected photovoltaic power stations is increasing. So, the internal modeling and grid-connected characteristics analysis of photovoltaic system are particularly important. The analysis of the power grid characteristics caused by the connection of solar energy needs to be further improved. This presentation is divided into 4 parts. Based on Piscad EMTDC to study the 3 physics photovoltaic grid connected system. Now, let us see some main equipment of photovoltaic power station. It includes photo array, bus box, photovoltaic inverter, and transformer. Photovoltaic array. Their role is to convert solar energy into electric energy. The output voltage and energy of a single photovoltaic cell is very low, so dozens of photovoltaic cells are usually encapsulated to form a photovoltaic model. Bus box. The photovoltaic models connected in series and parallel to a photovoltaic array through the junction box and DC distribution carbonate. Photovoltaic inverter. Its function is to convert the direct current generated by the photovoltaic power station into the alternating current needed by the grid. Photovoltaic inverters are usually 3-phase full bridge structures. In the part 2, I will introduce the maximum power point tracking technology. MPPT can keep the photovoltaic cell in the best working state constantly, that is, the maximum output power. The goal of MPPT is to control the output voltage of the photovoltaic array to track the MPP voltage, so that the photovoltaic array has the maximum photoelectric conversion efficiency. The current maximum power point tracking technology includes constant voltage tracking method, short circuit current method, disturbance observation method, based on fuzzy control theory, incremental conductance method, based on fuzzy control theory, artificial neural network intelligent theory, and so on. Now, let us see the part 3, grid connected control strategy based on rotating coordinate system. We will see coordinate transformation. In this way, we can turn ABC static coordinate system into DQ0 rotating coordinate system. Under the rotating coordinate system, UD is equal to UM, UQ is equal to 0. Generally speaking, if the grid does not have special requirements for reactive power, the inverter does not output reactive power, so make Q is equal to 0 to achieve three-phase photovoltaic grid connected system. Similarly, the current of the photovoltaic system is transformed by Parker, namely from this the power control can be converted into current control. IPV and UPV on the DC side of the photovoltaic array are set to MPPT and obtained the statable maximum power PREF by using MPPT. At the same time, the QREF is set to 0. The current and voltage in the three-phase power grid are converted into two-phase rotating D and Q coordinates by a rotating coordinate system, and they are sent to PI power control together. IDREF is the reference value of the DC compactor voltage. UDC-REF subtracts the actual value of the DC compactor voltage, UDC, and then obtained by PI control. The reference value of IQREF is directly set to 0. The goal of outer loop power control is to make the active power sent by the inverter to the grid equal to the power emitted by the photovoltaic array, while the reactive power sent to the grid is equal to 0. UDREF and UQREF are obtained by current loop control, and finally they are applied to control the switch of the inverter through SPWM. In the part 4, I will give an account of analysis of simulation results. It can be seen from the figure that the maximum power output after grid connection can reach 2.5 MW, meeting the power transmission requirements. In the second figure, we adopted the 0.38 kV to 110 kV both technical scheme, and finally realize block power generation and centralized grid connection. It can be seen that the grid connected set voltage can reach about 0.3805 kV, and the voltage deviation is 0.13%. It can maintain stability. After the LCL filter is added to compensate, the total harmonic distortion rate of the A-phase voltage on the power grid set is reduced to about 0.08%. It can be concluded that the LCL filter has achieved a relatively good effect. Finally, this paper introduced the photoviolet array model based on engineering calculation. And then we study the boost circuit with maximum power point tracking technology. Thirdly, we learned the inverter control with PQ decoupling. At last, we realize the overall modeling of the grid connection system of three-phase solar photovoltaic power generation. That's all what I report. Welcome all teachers to criticize and correct.
This paper is a summary of first-line selection for single-phase grounding in small current systems. The article is divided into 4 parts. Part 1, Introduction. Part 2, First Singular Characteristic. Part 3, Force detection method. Part 4, Conclusion. First of all, Part 1, Introduction. Introduction. Most of low-voltage distributed systems in China adopt neutral non-grounding system, and the first are mostly single-phase grounding first. The increase of the unforced phase voltage will endanger the weakening of isolation and serious affect the reliability of power supply. When the system has single-phase grounding first in neutral non-grounding system, especially in mine and other special occasions, the power supply environment is more dangerous and complex, which may lead to more serious. At present, the research of line selection theory focuses on urban power supply system, but the research on first line selection for special occasions, such as mining, is relative field. Based on the analysis and comparison of the existing first line selection theory, which is applied to mines and other industry seeds, this paper provides theoretical guidance for the study of first line selection in miners and other special industry occasions. Part 2, First Singular Characteristic. In neutral non-grounding system, we assume that the line's resistance is zero, which there is no voltage drop on loading current line, and the load is treated as constant to simplify the analysis. When metallic grounded first occurs in phase A of line 2, the steady-state capacity currents distribution of the system is shown in Figure 1. As can be seen from Figure 1, Figure 2, and Figure 3, steady-state capacitive currents has the following characteristic. One, in the first line, phase A to grounded voltage drop to zero, so the capacitance current is zero. The order to phase to ground voltage raised to square root of 3 times, and the capacitance to ground current cast rebounding increased by square root of 3 times. Two, the value of zero sequence currents in first line is equal to the sum of the capacity currents of the non-first components of the whole system to grounding. And the actual direction of capacity reactive power is line to bus. 3. The zero sequence currents of the unforced phase line is the grounding capacitor currents of line itself, and the zero sequence reactive power follow from the bus to line. Figure 2. Nominal voltage vector relation. Figure 3. Force voltage vector relation. You can look at. When the neutral indirectly grounded system has ground first, the zero circuit currents will oscillate strongly. This abundant translate signal has large amplitude and wide spectrum, which provide important criteria for identifying grounding first. Translate characteristic of small currents ground first. The discharge capacitor current caused by a rapid drop in the first phase voltage, which follow from the bus to the first point, and the discharge is rapid alternate with the oscillating frequency of up to several kilohertz. The unforced phase voltage will raise to square root of 3 times the phase voltage, resulting in the changing capacitor currents, which loop through the power supply. Due to the large inductance of the whole circuit, the charging current delay slow and oscillate low, usually only a few hundred hertz. Part 3. First detection method. At present, there are 3 kinds of first-line detection method, namely Meng-Y polling method, active line selection method, and passive line selection method. Meng-Y polling method. Meng-Y polling method. When an earth first occurs, the power grid operation and maintains personnel shall close each one by one, and the look of the first line according to the different states of close. The method can cause short interruption of power supply, but is very reliable and often used in actual operation. 2. Active line selection method. Single injection method. The method is to inject the current single of specific frequency into the earthing circuit through the neutral point of the 3-phase voltage transformer. The injected single will be injected into the ground along the first line through the line seat, and each line will be detected with a single detector. When the first occurs, the line that detects the presence of an injection single is determined as the first line. 3. Passive line selection method. Passive mode can be divided into first steady state variable line selection, first transit variable line selection, and first transit and steady state variable comprehensive line selection method. line selection method based on first transit information, zero sequence current amplitude method, zero sequence current phase ratio method, zero sequence current group amplitude phase method, and so on. All through the calculation amount of the steady state method is small. The first current amplitude is very small, and the current is also superimposed in the load current. The electromagnetic interference in the field is relatively large, which makes the detector first component have a very long sync-to-noise ratio. 3-4. In actually distribution network, the line selection method based on steady state components is easy to cause misjudgments. Line selection method based on first steady state information. First half wave method. Brownian algorithm, line selection method of wavelet transformer, and so on. Brownian algorithm can actually analyze the first current of grounding points. The method uses exponential fitting model for spectrum analysis. The amplitude, phase, frequency, and other parameters of transit components of first currents in small current grounding system are obviously related to the first characteristic. Wavelet transformer has the repetition of mathematic microscope and can analyze the local characteristic of first currents single way. The advantage of this method are that it can be used in neutral non-grounding system and assumptions coil grounding system. This method can also be used to deal with the situation that the first waveform is dissolved and the first condition is complex. However, in the complex and changeable working elements of a power system, all kinds of interference are very strong, and the sync-to-noise ratio is low. Because the amplitude of transit components of first is larger than that the steady state components of the first information is rich. The line selection method based on transit components has become a rich hotspot in many summerhouse. The transit components of zero sequence currents are mostly used in domestic and foreign studies. Part 4. Conclusion. This paper summarized the method of single-phase grounding first line selection and introduced merits and demerits of various methods in detail, which can guide the line selection in industry field. In the current society, whether it's urban distribution network or male power supply reliable is becoming more and more important. With the development of first serial research and first signal processing, it is believed that it's not far to realize first line selection reliably and actually in the neutral point in directly Earth system. Thanks.
It is an honor for me to have been invited to the conference. And my name is Yu Guanghua, and I am the teacher of Hehe University. My paper's topic is design of four-room log system based on big data analysis. And the paper includes 4 parts. The first of all is about paper. And the paper abstract is clicking on the log date saved by the website. Using the big data means to analyze and mine the information stored by mice date. Many crucial information of website operation can be learned. This paper adopts a Hadoop distributed platform, uses HDFS data storage, and how to analyze log big data. Designs a web log analysis system and expands the design processing of the system. Now, let's begin the part 2. The part 2 includes technical introduction. And in the paper, I use 3 technical. First of all is Hadoop. Hadoop is an open source distribution framework developed by the Apache Software Foundation, which uses cluster to compute, analyze, and store data. And the second is Hive. Hive is an open source tool based on Hadoop for storing and processing large amounts of structured data that is preceded as forms in Hive. Compared with traditional databases, Hive enjoys a large scale of data processing and gives support on using the collection of data such as map, structure, and array. And the third is Flume. Flume is a reliable distributed log collection system that collects, aggregates, and transfers data from large logs. It is a component of the Hadoop with high ease of use and an open source tool. The part 3 is about the system design. Now, let's begin the all-over design of the system. All-over design system, my system is divided into 3 parts. Includes data collection, data processing, and data display. And the overall function module is shown in figure 1. Yes, this one. And now, this is begin main function design. First step is data acquisition design. Data acquisition design needs to adopt this once a day. For the convenience of classification, the system uses time as a catalog to classify collected data and configure Flume. Hadoop has a disadvantage of not being good at handling large numbers of small files. The system added and control flume to make flume pass the date every once in a while, or wait for the date to reach a certain size to pass the date once. And the date acquisition process is shown in Figure 2. And the second step is about date processing design. Date processing design includes 3 steps. The first step is the log date in HDFS is cleaned with the Weixing MR algorithm, and then cleaned date stored into HDFS. The second step, analyze the date in HDFS using Helms-Hall statement. Write Hell code to analyze some date that cannot be analyzed with HQL statements, and then store the analyzed date in HDFS. And the third step, scoop, is used to transform the analyzed date and transfer to the successor database storage. The overall flow chart of date processing is shown in Figure 3. And this is algorithm design of cleaning and analyzing date. This system lives MR algorithm, which has 2 functions of mapping and reduction. Map function is to use a form of key-value pairs to carry out preliminary processing on the transmitted date and use the key to mark each row of log date. The value is the log date. The reduce function is the further processing of the date processed by the map function, and the marked date is processed by reduction. Combine the same date into a single line and merge once to count a number. Then combine the combined date with the corresponding count times to form an array and mark the array. Finally, the array is analyzed according to the code to reduce to get the repaired date, and the date is stored in HDFS. The follow chart of MR algorithm is shown in Figure 4. This is Figure 4. Then, data design of data cleaning. Data cleaning is written by MapReduce to read the log files in HDFS. Then, the log file is phased into test file. Clean up log date by writing map and reduce to get rid of useless files, clutter, and clean up the date. Type the prepared MR program into a jar package. Run the jar package clean the date and transfer the cleaned date to HDFS. The date cleaning process is shown in this one at Figure 5. And then, detailed design of data analysis. The first step in data analysis reads the cleaned data of MR in HDFS through Helm. The second step, design analysis methods based on requirements. And the third step, the cleaned date is further analyzed using HQL statements and written have get the date that is useful for the development of BBS and store the analyzed date on the HDFS. And the fourth step, scoop, is used to extract the date which analyzed by have and convert the data into a format that MySQL can recognize and stored in the MySQL database. Data analysis flow chart is shown in Figure 6. This is Figure 6. Processing in Hive. The first step, according to the log date cleaned by MR in HDFS, establishing a Hive temporary storage framework. The second step is to analyze the log date by using HQL statements. The date that cannot be analyzed with HQL, we need to write have div and put the component HIVE have into a jar package in Hive's lib. Use the HQL statements to run the self-built HIVE jar package. And then review the date visualization design. Use JSP technology and Structure framework to design different statistical analysis pages after abating the analysis results. The page provides the user with the query results. Page function module design can be based on different business needs. Personalized business development. The date presentation process is shown in Figure 7. This is Figure 7. We use the Tomcat. And the fourth part is results and conclusion. Yes, in the paper, the conclusion include, in order to verify the high efficiency of Hadoop for log analysis processing, an experimental comparison was made between a state-alone machine and an HDFS cluster. Weblogs of different file sizes were processed separately in the experiment and calculated the execution time to obtain the follow data. The result is shown in Figure 8. This is Figure 8. And finally, about my paper's conclusion is the date processing is a comparison of processing time between Hadoop distributed platform and standalone platform. As the data set grows, the processing time of the Hadoop platform becomes shorter, since the time consumed by the system to start the MapReduce task is negligible in the case of large data that the computing efficiencies is relatively high. So this is about my paper. Thanks for listening. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Cui Anqing. I come from Heilongjiang University of Science and Technology. I'm glad to have the opportunity to introduce my research. The title of my paper is Research on Sub-synchronous Oscillation Influence with Consideration of Topology Structure Based on Complex Torque Coefficient Analysis Method. In the next 15 minutes, I will focus on the following 5 aspects: research background, sub-synchronous oscillation analysis method, model of complex torque coefficient method, simulation analysis, and conclusion. The continuous development of the power industry has put forward higher requirements for the stability of the power system. Sub-synchronous oscillation of power system refers to the abnormal state of power system after disturbance, which will damage the shaft or generator, even break the shaft and seriously damage the stability of power system. When the sub-synchronous oscillation occurs, even if the relevant relay protection device acts in time, it will cause the unit to be cut off or some equipment to withdraw from operation, causing the grid to lose part of the power supply and the transmission line, which will affect the safety and the stability of the entire system. At the same time, the interharmonics generated by the sub-synchronous oscillation in the voltage and current will reduce the power consumption of the power plant itself and the power quality of the grid users. Or it may cause the relay protection device to malfunction. Since 1970 and 1971, sub-synchronous oscillation accidents occurs in the Mohave power plant in the United States, resulting in damage to the shaft system. The issue of sub-synchronous oscillation began to receive widespread attention. With the development of society, the structure of power system is becoming more and more complex, and the risk of sub-synchronous oscillation is increasing. The topology of power grid will have a direct impact on the stability of the power system. A reasonable power grid structure can improve its own reliability and reduce the possibility of grid failure. Therefore, it is very important to analyze and study the influence of network topology on sub-synchronous oscillation for the stable operation of power system. There are 4 common analysis methods for sub-synchronous oscillation, namely frequency scanning method, eigenvalue analysis method, complex torque coefficient method, time domain simulation method. The frequency scanning method is a simple and effective method. This method requires less raw data and is simple in calculation. It can initially screen out potential sub-synchronous oscillation problems in the system, can be used as a preliminary screening. The eigenvalue analysis method has strict theory and high analysis accuracy, and can obtain a large amount of information on the characteristic structure of the system. With the expansion of the scale of the power grid, the dimension of the coefficient mixture formed after the linearization of its model increases a lot. At this time, it is our problem to obtain the system characteristic value effectively and accurately. The complex torque coefficient method can be regarded as a combination of eigenvalue analysis method and frequency scanning method in a certain sense. This method is simple and effective. To a certain extent, it can avoid the problem of dimensionally disaster of eigenvalue analysis method. Time domain simulation method is one of the most basic methods of power system dynamic stability analysis, and it is a method with high effectiveness and accuracy in power system planning, operation, and controller design. Usually used as a standard to verify whether other methods are effective and whether the conclusions are reliable. In this paper, the complex torque coefficient method is used to analyze the sub-synchronous oscillation of the system under different topological structures and verified by the time domain simulation method. The complex torque coefficient analysis method is to divide the system into 2 parts, namely the electrical part and the mechanical part. The use of complex torque coefficient method is to impose a first small amplitude oscillation of frequency f on the relative angle of the generator rotor in the system. Then the mechanical torque increment and the electromagnetic torque increment can be obtained. Then obtain the mechanical complex torque coefficient and the electromagnetic complex torque coefficient to judge the system stability. The complex torque model mainly includes the following 4 modules: small amplitude disturbances and added to the rotor side of the generator through the small disturbance module, and the frequency of the disturbances is changed through the frequency swap module. After fast Fourier transformation, decomposition, and delta TE and delta omega at each frequency can be obtained. Through multi-step operation, the DE value at each frequency is obtained. Based on the IEEE first standard module, the three different topological structures are formed by changing the 39-node system access method. Looking at the topology 1, it can be seen that DE at 10 Hz has a very large negative value, indicating that the system may have the sub-synchronous oscillation with a frequency of 10 Hz, and the oscillation is intense. After time domain simulation, it can be found that the slave system has oscillated, and the oscillation has become more and more violent with time. The DE value in topology 2 is still less than 0. That is, the system still has the risk of sub-synchronous oscillation. Time domain simulation shows that the system has oscillated. The oscillation is more intense at the beginning, and then the oscillation gradually weakens. The electrical damping coefficient has a large negative value around 10 Hz, which is about negative 50 hundredths pu. This indicates that the system is at risk of sub-synchronous oscillation. The frequency at which that DE value peaks is similar to that of topology 1 at about 10 Hz. But its negative value is much smaller than that of topology 1, and larger than the DE value of topology 2. The system still has a risk of sub-synchronous oscillation. Time domain simulation shows that the system has appreciably constant amplitude oscillations. From the above experiments, we can get the following conclusion. The complex torque coefficient analysis method can effectively analyze the risk of sub-synchronous oscillation of the system, and can obtain the curve of the electric damping coefficient change in the full frequency domain. Different system topologies have different capabilities to resist sub-synchronous oscillation. And a well-designed topology can effectively reduce the impact of sub-synchronous oscillation. The positive and negative electric damping can determine whether the system has the risk of sub-synchronous oscillation. The magnitude of electrical damping is related to the stress of the system oscillation. That's all for my presentation. Thanks for your attention.